give you what you want. A little communication, yes, that's my ideal foreplay. Assemble a chair from IKEA, I'm like, I get wet at the thought of you. Being a responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. A little respect for women can get you very, very far. Remembering how to use your phone gets me oh so hot. Considering I have feelings, I'm like, why am I close to one? Offering to do anything, I'm like, oh my god. I get wet at the thought of you. Being a responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. I get wet at the thought of you. Being a responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do. Tears run down my thighs. Dance break.
Oh no. Grant and I are gonna be on one today, I feel it. Guys, hit that real quick. Hello. How are you? How we feeling? Yum. Where did that even start? I don't even remember. Hello. You and Granny screams when you play any game together. Oh my god, I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so, because it can get a bit loud. Stoked to be here. Hi, Quinn. I think I saw Ice as well. Oh my god. Hello, Doll. Hi, Pixel, Snail, Lexi, Evans, Lukey, Pixie, Max, Lizzie, baby, Lulu, Kaylee. Hi. Nearly 4 years. Oh wait, is that? Oh, it is 4 years. Hi, Tatas. I read that Snail as literally just choked, and I was like,
Miss
are you
Fail
good?
just resubbed for 48 months. Hello.
Do you want to talk
Happy
about
4
it?
years. Been a
Okay,
crazy
clocked out's
time.
better.
Really.
Clocked out's better. Great. Charlie, hello. How are you? And Kaylee, thank you for 4 years. What the hell? I appreciate that. Thank you. Hi, Andy. No! How'd you break your collarbone? Doll, what the hell? Oh, wait. Where? Oh, wait. Wait, is there a new tome? Wait. Is it store or tome? Was it this one? Or is there a new tome? Because that's always been a favorite for me. Oh my god. When this first came out, if you're talking about this, when it first came out, I was gagged. I have the red version and the purple version.
Delulu_peep just subscribed. Yippee.
Oh, biking. What happened? Oh, goodness. I hope surgery goes well. Oh, ouchie mama. I'm sorry, doll. Artifact as well. Hello. Oh my god, Max. I slept too much, I think. I know, 4 years just went. No, yeah, when that first came out in the tome, I'm so glad they're selling it. Holy shit, I was gagged. I was like, are you kidding me? Hello, Dylan, how are ya? Snail, thank you for telling me regardless, though. Yes, definitely my favorite. I think one of those, when I first saw that, I was like, this is my skin, you know? Watch the 2025 video and realize it's been forever. Oh my god, Atomic. What the hell? It's so nice, like, I don't know. Let me have a look.
Atomic
The video was received really well. I appreciate every comment, guys, every like.
I watched the 2025 video and realized it's been forever.
Oh my god.
I'm so glad I'm watching a DBD live.
Yeah,
Love
we're
you,
doing it
Carla.
live, and we're playing with Gran today. She'll probably call me on Steam soon. Any money? Thank you so much for 16. Delulu for 25. Are you kidding? A 2-year resub, a 4-year resub, and a 16-month. Thank you so much. Are you kidding? Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Me, a fan of you. I'm not sure about that one. Wow. I don't need that right now. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. Oh, Max. Yeah. I haven't been... It's not that I haven't been sleeping bad. It's just because I've had so much on for me that I've had little sleep. She loves making
I may
Steam
have
calls.
been naughty and sent you a birthday present, and it may be in Australia waiting for you. Carl's kitty kiss.
What? What do you mean? I haven't got a notification. Has it arrived? That is naughty. Wait, let me check Oz post. What? Doll. What you mean? Thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you. Thank you for the biddies as well. Guys, it is true. 30 is fast approaching. I'm very excited to do a birthday stream and just... Yeah. I want to recreate this photo from when I was 3. It's me smiling at a birthday cake. So I want to get a striped shirt and cake all over my face, and I want to recreate it. No, I know, Goobs. I'm old. Nah, I'm joking. Faithy, that's very, very generous and sweet. Thank you. Guys, I call it every time. Every time. You are so predictable.
I don't know what you mean.
You are so predictable.
You are
So predictable to me. Can't you see?
You stem the 3 same voice lines. You'll never shut the fuck up.
Goo goo gaga.
Goo
Goo gaga. Call me on Steam, bitch.
Wait, you just said what? What did you just say?
Call me on Steam, honey.
You said call me on Steam?
Yeah, I mean, go! Call me on Discord. I'm leaving.
With great.
No! I'm leaving. She's obsessed. Can't wait for you. Oh, babe. Hey.
Hey!
Bye.
I'm calling you on Steam.
Call me on Discord. The fucking Steam call. Thank you for the hype trade as well, guys. I appreciate you. Force of habit, I know. To be fair, 30 is still young. I just can't believe I'm in my next decade. Are you kidding me? Where's the time gone? Holy shit. The old woman. Wait, Max, you gotta recreate it. Enjoy Lurk's abs. Hey.
I'm calling the police. This is harassment now.
No, it's harassment that you're calling me on Steam. I said 3 minutes before you did that, I'm like, all right, guys, so any minute, Gran will call me on Steam. Like, yeah, okay, here we go.
Girl, have you played Hytale?
No, is it good?
I just played it yesterday, and I haven't stopped thinking about it.
What
the
is it?
whole night. It's kind of like, I don't want to be that person, but it's kind of like Minecraft, but like
Oh, I've seen that.
adventure,
I've seen that, yes.
medieval kind of.
But it
it's
looks like
really,
Minecraft,
really
right?
good, and it's multiplayer.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Just saying.
All right.
Maybe we could do it like next week.
Yeah, sure, we can try it out.
Just I'm not going into a cave again, ever.
Well,
It's one of those games where like every block is destructible, and
Oh.
I went down underground and I couldn't get out. I saw lava and things I shouldn't see, and then
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that.
I saw dead bodies wrapped up in cobwebs.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, I was not the same person when I respawned.
Sounds like it, Toots.
Yum.
Meow, get on DVD and go online, bitch. 30's the new teenage years, I've heard. Well, from me, I'm in denial. That's fair. Yeah, teenage. I will avoid teenage years, but you know what? 30's the new 20. 30's the new 20. Also, question. I mean this sincerely. It sounds like grim, but it's not. Has anyone tried BetterHelp and actually liked it? Or is it like arse? I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard some people say, oh, yeah, I got something out of it. You know, the text chat's good. And I've heard some people be like, oh. Well, I've heard some Aussies say it's hard because some of the therapists don't have Aussie humor because they're American. So like, oh, I didn't really vibe with it. You did get something out of it? Okay, nice. Gonna lurk and play Deebs. Enjoy Deebs, Onion. Enjoy Deebs. I was thinking about it as like, it's not great. Oh, on the so they don't get paid enough, Rach. I've yet to hear good reviews, to be honest. Oh right, I've not heard great things. Yeah, mixed reviews. I love being told to take walks while chronically ill and just, oh, is it like that? There are better therapist options. Right. Yeah, I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard mixed. Like, I've heard some people be like, yeah, it was helpful. Other people being like, yeah, no. Right. I stay away. I did it after my mum passed. It was only telehealth at the option at the time. Heard bad things about BetterHelp is partner with. Oh, all right. Thank you for telling me. I did not know that. Cool. All right. Well, that answered my question. Excellent. Therapists often get a terrible conversation split between them and the company. Right. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm glad I asked. Cool. Thank you, guys. That was very easy for me to go, nope. Great. See, this is why I ask you questions. Excellent. My friend has suggestions. The most ironic band. Guys, by the way, does anyone know they're Aussie? And I think some of you would like it if you like metal or vibes. I discovered Ocean Grove the other day. They're groovy as hell. They were a starter to Poppy. They're so good. I was shaking ass. I was like, oh. Yeah, it was good. How do you like them about? No, stay. Hi, Snappy. How are you, doll? Is she coming on? Cute. Lake Titicaca. Ocean Grove. Ocean Grove. I got a PS5 the day to chill while recovering. Quinn! Yeah, that's my goat. Oh my god, decompress, Nelly. We got this. Snappy, hello? Are you online? Babe, you're not online.
I am.
No, you're not.
Wait, am I not?
No, you're not.
am.
I've been waiting. I've been trying to invite you for 10 years.
Girl, I'm just fascinated because I got a third monitor,
What?
and it's all the way to the left, and my chat thing's on the right. So whenever I go to look at my left monitor, it looks like I'm completely ignoring the
No,
chat.
that's
like
what I
I'm
have.
Like I'm really busy.
No, that's what I have left. Left is Discord and Spotify, so I can see when I'm muted, and then right is chat. So when I'm checking if I'm muted with you, I'm looking away from them. That's funny.
I'm busy.
Sorry,
it's
I
like you're
have
on-
things to do.
Oh, ma'am, let me look that up for you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing on the 7th you did order some Bose headphones, but I see that no payment came through, ma'am.
No payment came through. No, yum. Yum.
Meow.
Oh, thank you, Lizzie.
it-
Hey,
It
huge.
says on Steam there's a new chapter available.
It's coming out in a couple of days, I think.
Okay, good.
The Vecna.
Why do I hear music?
Have you been to therapy?
Like.
Hang on, chill the fuck out.
Absolutely wild comes for 11:51 a.m.
Have you? I'm curious. I'm gonna start for the first time.
Oh, this is like a serious question?
Well, like serious in like I'm still hee hee ha ha about it, but I was just curious if you've tried it.
Oh, mama, it was terrible. They tried to drown me in the ocean
No, can you be serious for 5 seconds?
of my emotions.
Oh, okay. Right.
No, I'm just kidding. I have but it was for like ADHD.
Right. Yes. Yes. Did it help
And then
you?
they were like, "Oh my god, what the hell no!" So they gave me pills.
You know what's funny? This is the general consensus when I talk to people about therapy. I'm like, oh, maybe I should get like, because I'm not on medication. I'm on the pill, but that kind of helps my PMDD a little bit, which is like extreme PMS. And I was like, oh, maybe I should like increase that. And then someone was like, or maybe just try therapy, Carla. Just try it. And I'm like, I'm
You
scared.
should.
I know,
Some
I should.
people really do well.
Yeah.
And honestly, even if you have like a therapist who doesn't say anything,
Yeah.
just talking to someone and getting it out can be really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Because as humans, sometimes we just need to be heard.
Yes. I
and
still can't believe how
seen.
much you cackled and how long you cackled for. That was crazy.
Because genuinely, my brain went, "Oh, she's talking about the bar in New York, therapy," and then I went, "Oh, she would have never been there, but maybe she has, and maybe this is like a funny question." But then I realized you actually might have meant it, and it made me spiral.
My captions picked up talking to someone as jerking to someone. I'm here for my appointment. Check out this. I kept it in.
Hey!
Whoa, that was a quick one. See you next week.
A cheeky jerk, my lord.
Can I get a refund? The hour's over. It only took me 5 minutes.
Why?
That is also form of real. Highly recommend. Yeah. Support Kennel Love Stores. Yeah.
Regis said, "I like it because it sounded like Carol was calling you mentally ill." Also, Grandma, your camera is fucked up. Oh,
How fun does it?
I love being a streamer.
Oh god. Don't keep it in. Don't keep it in.
Oh my god, I forgot we were wearing these fits. Mama, okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna change my hair.
You know what someone said to me recently that made me think about my brain and maybe I need to talk to someone? Is
What?
they were like, well, I was just talking about, you know, my feelings, whatever. And they're like, hey, I've noticed something. When we go to restaurants, you seem to shut down a little bit. Do you get overwhelmed at a busy restaurant? They're like, do you get overstimulated? I feel like you get quiet. And I was like, oh shit. I'm like, oh, do I? Like, I didn't even clock that maybe I shut down in busy restaurants at all, but they've noticed it. And I went, oh, am I learning something? Am I just, yeah.
That is a thing, for sure. Do you have a thing where you don't like drawing attention to yourself in public?
Probably, yeah. Probs.
Like if you're talking to someone in
Yeah.
a restaurant, for example,
Yeah.
or you're waiting in a line,
Yeah.
and you're with, and they're talking just a little bit too loud.
Oh, I hate that. Shut the fuck up.
And people turn around and they're like looking
Yeah.
at you. Okay, no, because I think you have the same thing I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is I get really uncomfortable when I'm getting like unwarranted, unwanted attention. Like I cannot stand it.
I am, yeah. Someone said, Carla, are you like crazily highly empathetic? Yes. It's fucking a nightmare. Yes, I am.
Like like if you're on the subway in New York, and your friend is drunk
Yes.
and they're just like singing or whatever. I'm looking around the subway car going, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Ah.
Please don't stab me.
Oh, my therapist, she's the best. Oh, I'm so happy for you. That sounds so nice. I have some good recommendations. Look, I have never doubted the fact that my brain is different.
For a therapist?
No.
Dr. Phil.
I love
Carla?
Dr. Phil. Hello, guys.
I
Now
want you to start living
We-
as a gay woman.
we are going to end the show with my wife. Come out. Let's walk out. Let's
Oh my
walk
God, I
out,
was just
baby.
about to make a joke that I genuinely shouldn't have made.
What was it?
Wait, I'm gonna DM you what I was gonna say.
Oh shit, okay. The most common sign of autism in women is insane levels of empathy. Great! Guys, I mean, it's not a surprise, is it? I think we can say that because I think everyone agrees that it's fucking weird.
Can I say that?
I don't know, can
I'm
you?
crying,
I think
I'm
so. Okay,
crying.
guys,
I don't know
guys.
if I can say that.
Wait, let me
Am I going to
lightly.
offend the one Republican viewer?
Let me lightly say this. Have you guys seen the meme of a grieving widow, and it's obviously fake, and they're coming out to sparklers and fireworks? Because if you know what we're talking about, you know what we're talking about.
Janice
Because it
Carr
cracks me the
just
fuck up.
subscribed.
If you know,
Less
you
than
know.
3
The pig's
I love
here.
it here, man.
If you know, you know.
Oh my god, I'm actually, I have tears in my eyes. Thinking about Dr. Phil's wife coming out, but it's Charlie Kirk's wife. Oh my god, I said it. Okay, well, with the jig's up. The jig's up, girl. Am I being chased right now? What the fuck? Oh my god.
To be fair, this is Charlie Kirk's wife. I'm gonna do something.
I didn't even realize I was being chased.
Fireworks, 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 fireworks. Yeah. I love Jesus. I love Jesus. I mourn my husband, and everyone mourns differently, but I need more pyro.
It was giving like Real Housewives' 50th birthday. Oh my god.
Hi, Jeffy, babe.
You know what? Someone made a good point. They said, I think even Republicans are joking about Charlie Kirk's wife at this point.
To be fair with you, like, everyone grieves differently, but she is coming out like Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
When I saw that, I didn't think it was real. I thought it was
Cold
AI.
Taxi I has
There's a lot
gifted
of
a sub
AI
to
ones out there
Eleanor
taking the
13.
piss. And my favorite is when people put on, like, those blue contacts and they're like...
Naughty boy.
But, yeah.
Cold Taxi I has gifted
Guys,
a sub to Saint
that
Laura.
needed a reward. Thank you so much for that.
I'm actually screaming like I was so scared.
Jen,
I
thank you for
almost-
4. I appreciate you.
Wait,
Cold
you know what, let me
Taxi
put
I
it
has
past
gifted
the
a sub
Oh my
to
goodness.
Want.
And Taxi, thank you so much. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry if you saw Puss too. But,
You naughty
Everyone
boy.
grieves
I'm wearing
differently, so I went
shorts.
on a grieving
Cold
party
Taxi I
bus-
has gifted a sub
everyone
to
grieves differently,
Carvery.
but I went on a world tour.
You naughty boy.
Oh god, I'm not condoning.
Cold Taxi I has gifted
I'm
a
not
sub to
condoning
its
hate in the world,
Scavenge.
guys. It's purely just Erica Kirk. I'm so
We
sorry.
are Charlie Kirk!
Pussy tussin. Pussy tussin.
I have to stop.
Pussy
I have to
tussin.
stop. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I am. Yeah, real. True. Are you
I
okay?
need to go home. I
Wait,
am
what if
home.
Erica
Cold
Kirk will be a
Taxi I has
surprise
gifted
Royal Rumble
5
contestant? Oh,
Naughty
sorry.
boy.
I can't breathe.
Sorry.
I
Sorry.
cannot breathe.
To be fair, you're like, I don't know if I can say it. No, you were like, I don't know if I can say it. I don't know if I can say it. But like, Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk. Oh shit, I said it.
I just fucked up so bad.
We are not okay. To be fair,
Oh my god.
it's it's valid. Like it's kind of the pyro goes crazy.
We are Charlie Kirk.
And honestly, put away the tissue. There's nothing coming out.
We carry the flame.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Please.
Oh god.
Oh. Oh, yes, I did see the performance of a drag queen doing Erica Kirk. I did.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen
I
that.
did where she does the eyes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Thank you again, Taxi.
Oh.
Thank you, Jen. Also,
Well, we're off to
guys,
a great
love you.
start.
Sorry about my pyro.
I don't even know what happened in this round. All I could think about was that fucking woman coming out with sparklers. Ooh. 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 Oh god. Now imagine if she came out to that song.
Oh, she will. Oh fuck, I'm dying. I'm too distracted.
Oh god.
I'm dying.
Oh my god. I cannot breathe. Let this round be over, Lord Jesus.
God damn it. Snappy, no stay, you're too sexy. No, I'm kidding. Do what you need to do. Have a good sleep.
Fran, what's the difference between a gay man and a fridge? The fridge doesn't fart when you take the meat out. Oh my god. What the fuck?
Everyone's on a hog. This is so funny.
Cara, did you just... Did you hear that joke?
No. What did you say?
I'm in tears. Evangelina Holy. First of all, amazing username. Are you listening, Carla?
I didn't know everyone was dying.
They said, what's the difference between a fridge and a gay man?
What?
The fridge doesn't fart when you take the meat out.
Okay.
Oh my god!
There's nothing wrong with that.
I didn't say there was.
No, I know. I'm just trying
But
to.
you know what?
Because I queef.
Everybody.
Guys, can we start the stream again? 1 second.
I need to refresh. We are
Hey guys.
Charlie
No,
Card.
we're meant to restart the stream.
Let's carry the flame. Oh God. God. Everybody queef.
Guys, it's been 26 minutes and we've
Can
talked
you
about
please don't
Erica
get the
Queef.
hatch?
We've talked about Erica Queef in 26
God.
minutes. This has been the worst game ever. I didn't mean to kill everyone. Was everyone on the quick or like what's happened? Were they just marinating on there? Like I didn't see
I
them.
don't know. Do you know what this is?
Oh.
This is like when I go to a funeral and I want to laugh. Like, I know I shouldn't. But the more I know I shouldn't, the worse it gets.
Do you want to hear a funny funeral story?
Yes.
Okay, so I made the PowerPoint for my stepdad's funeral, right? Cool, whatever. And there was this person in the slideshow that didn't end up turning up, awkward, called Danny, and he was this Spanish man, and he had a thick Spanish accent, and I love Danny, whatever. He also looked similar to a guy called Terry that used to work for Pete, right? Anyway, so the slideshow happens, whatever. We exit the chapel and I see Terry. And my brain's gone at this point. And I go, thinking he was Danny. Oh, yeah, you saw the photo of you, right? I'm so sorry. Oh, not unhooking such a wild throw. I know I got distracted, ZJ. I'm so sorry. Anyway, and I was like, yeah, that was a good photo of you two on the PowerPoint, wasn't it? And he wasn't in the PowerPoint. And he goes, yep. And then I walk away and go, fuck, that was Terry, not Danny.
Oh
He
my
probably
God,
thought-
I just remembered you have told me this before.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And it's because wow, it's so embarrassing. It's so bad.
That's the same energy of me going, have you done therapy? And you laughing in my face.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
I was at a funeral a while ago, and like it was so sad. It was so beautiful, whatever. And then at the after thing, whatever it's called, where everyone's like, having a drink.
Oh,
and whatever,
wait, yeah.
this is so awkward. Someone decided to bring up out of nowhere. They were like, by the way, I'm pretty sure insert deceased name always had a crush on you. And everyone everyone stopped
What?
and was like, what? Because this person had a girlfriend for like 4 years.
Huh?
I
What?
know. And
At
I
the
was like,
wake?
I know. I was like, and everyone was looking at me. I'm like, girl,
Why would you say
no,
that?
don't do this to me at the thing.
Did you have pyro with the slideshow? Of course I did, guys. That's the only thing to do when you grieve. But yes.
Mama, like, what do you do? Like, what? Like, okay, yeah. Like, again, I'm hot shit, but don't bring it up,
Yeah, I know. Like, don't tell me
Like, I get
something I
it.
don't know. But like, they're literally, their carcass is rotting in front of us. Like, what are you doing?
But also, aside from that, I now have to think about that forever.
Yeah.
And that's like an unresolved storyline for me.
Also, I love the word carcass, but like, I agree with that.
Ew, it reminds me of like, what are those birds? Those big birds? Vultures?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Like pecking at like elephant bones with a
Oh.
little bit of meat on them.
Carcass. Vulture?
Not a carcass. Therapy would help with everything we're
Gondor.
talking about.
I can't believe if you know what I should do. I should send this VOD to my new therapist just so they get a good
Oh, they're gonna blame me immediately and say, get away from whatever that
Snappy.
is.
Yeah. To
Jesus
be
Christ,
fair, I
that's
don't.
your
I didn't
problem
see
right
one
there.
error from you today. You're winning.
Ooh, yeah.
I've talked about so much this morning, And we haven't barely scratched the surface of the Granny and Carla segment today. We have hours. And we've already covered so much. New topic, pyrotechnics. So, they're expensive. And hiring an arena is crazy work. I'm not talking about anyone, by the way, just in general. What? Also, can you talk about that guy in Endgame chat be like, crazy throw not to unhook? I feel terrible because I truly didn't see them on the hook. What were we talking about? That got me distracted.
That whole round was just a blur. I don't even know what happened.
I don't know. I looked. Someone in chat went, not Carla unhooking. And I looked to the left and everyone's on a fucking hook. I think you had a blindness add-on. Oh, thank you for making me feel better. You didn't have to do that. You could have just said I was a piece of shit.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. Oh, when Pyro... Yes, I agree. Next, she'll come up with a firework up her ass. Perfect. Have you had your meds today?
I am screaming.
What?
Who played that?
Who played what?
Someone just played the Charlie Kirk song.
How?
It was me. I lied.
Oh, yeah. Oh. What?
I just needed to hear it for a moment.
She's going to be the next woman to go to space. Yep. Yep.
The way we're acting, probably yes. Someone's gonna send us there and say, "Stay there."
Why?
Stop
We're
what you're
so
doing.
nice.
Stop streaming. The best thing about that song is it's like a shitty AI.
Charlie
Makes it even funnier.
Yeah, it's really bad.
God.
Yeah, today is feeling...
God.
You know what? Last week was really like, I want to start uploading our DBD matches on YouTube because the shit we talk about is crazy. And I was like, how are we going to top last week? And we already have. I don't know how it gets worse.
It's a good chatting game because it's like autopilot for us.
Well, too much autopilot. I forgot someone on Hook. Everyone died
forgot
because of
what
me.
I didn't even see what the killer was half the time. All I knew was I had to get that damn hat off.
Guys, I'm locking in. No one's dying. Don't worry.
Oh my God, Stranger Things.
Oh my God, Stranger Things. I love the last season.
You're such a liar. And also that season was so bad. Except for one episode was really good.
Aww. Trevor and Snappy, thank you for the
We are
biddies.
Stranger Things. Oh my God, it's Chucky.
Ew.
It's Chucky.
Ew.
He's so cute. Look at him.
Ew.
We are Chucky. Oh my God.
Charlie,
It's
to
gonna
be
be
fair,
the new
I love
kid.
the name Charlie. I do. It's very sad. I love your
Okay,
name.
so there is
Dustin. Oh my God, the
There is
horses.
a totem
Thank
somewhere.
you. You love the last season as much as...
That
oh
is
my
fucking
God.
her vibe.
Axel. Ugh. Did I say hello to Tammy? I got distracted. Tammy! Guys, thank you for the biddies. I don't deserve those after today.
Out.
Boy, you turned me upside down and round and round. Charles Lee Ray.
Oh, absolutely.
Got the horses
Sketch.
in the
Right
back.
now.
Horse dog is attached. Head is matted black. Also, fuck Billy Ray Cyrus.
Isn't that Chucky's like real name? Oh my God, no, never.
Yeah, Chucky's real name is Billy Ray Cyrus.
I'm thinking of, oh my God, what's his, any people?
No, it
What
is
is
actually.
Chucky's-
No, I'm dead serious.
Doesn't he have a guy that possesses him? What is his name?
It's Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus?
Yes, they had.
Miley Cyrus's dad?
No, they had a huge legal battle about it.
I know his name is similar.
It's Billy Ray, but they had like this legal battle and they changed it because Billy Ray sued them and went, "That's my name. You can't use that as Chucky." It was a whole thing.
Carla, his name is I'm screaming. His name is Charles Lee Kirk. Kirk. I'm not lying. That's his name.
No, it's not.
His name
No,
is
it's not.
Charles Lee Kirk.
It's not.
It is.
Someone's lying to you, Grant, and it's not me.
It is.
It's not.
I'm trying to do skill checks. I'm gonna cry. Oh.
He's not. That's not his
I can't
name.
do this anymore.
That's not his name. You're getting lied to.
He lives in the dark.
It's not.
I
It's
can hear
Charles
Jackie
Entertainment
screaming.
Cheese. It's Ray Charles. Thank you, Whack You
Ray
Off. I never thought.
Someone. I never thought this day would happen.
Me neither. He has blood fever. He's so short, and I shouldn't tease him because that's me. That's how people feel about me.
Because that's you. You're just a little lady.
I'm just a little lady.
Where is this ML?
Okay, just punt him. Oh god, my tummy does hurt actually. Oh,
Girl, I'm trying to keep it together.
me too.
I'm really trying.
We have 3 hours left.
God. Oh!
Would you rather be a little lady or a wee fella? Well, I am a little lady, so I guess I'm used to it. It makes it good because every seat on the plane has legroom. So that's good.
Oh my God! He's killing me, and then he's gonna kill you.
No,
oh
he's
my
not.
God!
No, he's not. Oh. I believe in you.
Oh my ass! Oh wait! Oh, that
My
animation is
God.
so cool.
I didn't mean
Oh
to do that.
yeah, okay, girl, diva boots.
I'm trying to get Billy Ray Cyrus, but it didn't work.
Charles Entertainment Kirk, I hate you.
Oh yeah, the top shelves in my apartment don't get used. Oh, here he is.
Why can't he just limbo under the
Faithy the
Exactly. He's so
feetsies.
tiny.
Huge or buge? What's that? Both?
Hit the road,
54.
Jack. Don't
Hi,
come
Bobby.
back no more.
How are you, my love? Tier 3 as well. Oh my god.
This big game.
Boy
Thank
Wonder
you.
Bobby just resubbed for 54 months.
Okay.
Holy freaking hell.
Thank you.
54 months with my absolute favorite
Quirky.
person on the purple app. Love
Wait,
you,
no. Can you reschedule, Ab? I'm sorry. You have to do the game night. We have to make this happen. I act like I'm there, but you know what I mean? We gotta reschedule. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And also, Bobby, thank you so much again. That means a lot to me.
Oh, shit.
Thank you. Who's Billy's wife's name? Well, they got divorced. Wasn't it? No, I think Brandy is the daughter.
Arthur.
They got divorced a while ago, and then, yeah, he's not with someone anymore. But
Oh, help me, Lord.
I forget. Hi, Connie. How are you, doll? Oh, that's done. A rain dance.
Oh my God.
True. Sometimes you sound like Homer Simpson.
I get that a lot.
I got horses in the back. Horse stock is attached. Hattie's Matty Black. I hate that's in my head. Billy Ray Cyrus.
We. Oh my God, I'm trying to keep it together.
I thought Carl was about to say sometimes you sound homosexual. I mean, that as well.
Oh yes, very gay.
Both. Both at the same
Huge
time.
lesbian.
Yes.
Oh, so,
Some of those
your
games remind me
character
of
looks
Tom from Tom and Jerry. Gay?
So sapphic right now. Look at her.
Hey.
Look at her.
Hey, girl. I forgot our fits.
We are lesbians.
We should both dress like we're a grieving widow and we're going out to an arena tour next game.
Can you please?
Can we do that? Let's do the interpretation of what we should wear during the press tour.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna find something
Connie, I'm
so
good.
good.
How are you, doll? And Jeffy, I think I missed you because I was laughing so hard. Hello, my love. I miss you,
You
so
know,
much.
why are we both on Death Hook? Oh,
Girl.
I wonder why. I wonder why. I really hope we play Hightail.
We will.
Oh my god! Oh my god! There's feet.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's his power.
Karma from last round, true. I can't believe I killed those people.
What is he?
I'm very embarrassed because I didn't do it on purpose. I would never.
Oh, he's
I like to
chasing
think I'm very
someone.
altruistic. Get on the gen, babe. Hat is Maddie Black. Da-da-ba-da-da. That was a big exhale. You alright? Want to talk about it?
I'm like Christmas. I'm Noel.
I'm no whale.
I'm Noel.
That's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm
Noel.
gonna use that.
No, because we have a relative that says that.
Really?
And every time she does, people start singing that song.
What is going on?
Noel, I'm Noel.
No whale.
Oh, Noel.
That's so good.
Noel.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
Wait, Abby, is your birthday today? Tell me. Tell me.
Please.
I'm no whale.
I'm Noel. I'm Noel. Oh, Jesus. Where are we going?
Oh,
Oh, girls! Down the hole.
okay. Oh.
Like a good girl.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. It's on Monday. Oh, okay. Mine's on a Tuesday this year, I think.
Watch out, there's footsteps.
Girl. They don't mean it. So wait, you did take your meds today? You're so giggly.
I did. Oh,
Girl, you're giggling today.
it's you.
I'm not doing anything. Name one thing I did.
It's you and that woman.
Oh. EK, gotcha.
That woman. Oh my God. Carla, do you wash your legs in the shower?
Yes, do you?
Yes.
I know a lot of people who don't though.
I think that's so weird.
Someone made a poll, and here's the thing, like, I'm not gonna, like, judge, because some people have, you know, different things going on, but there was a poll, and, like, 30% of people don't wash their legs.
Oh my God. What?
Because someone, like, people are like, well, you know, the soap's going down anyway, and I haven't done anything dirty.
Yeah, but like, that makes you wonder, are they washing their feet too? Probably not.
Happy birthday, Mighty! What the hell? So
Like,
many
your
birthdays!
legs build up like sweat and dead skin cells like anything else.
True.
So you have to wash it. Otherwise, you're just wearing...
Here's the thing. I will back people up that had a shower in the morning, right? And then they've done nothing all day. They've like played a game, they haven't done anything physical, and they have another shower at night. Then I'm like, all right, you don't need to wash your feet. You haven't done anything. Like, I get why people skip it the second shower. You know what I mean? But you should be washing your feet and legs regularly for dead skin cells and all that jazz. And body oil and all, you know. That's why we wash our sheets. You know, it builds up.
Like, I wash my back, everything.
How do you wash your back? Do you have like a loofah on a stick?
A loofah.
On a stick? How are you getting in the crevasse?
I have a loofah and a stick.
Do you use the same loofah to wash your ass, or is it just for your back?
No!
No, we've spoken about this before. Grant and I have spoken about this. I think we're playing Red Dead Online when we spoke about this. And I was saying how, like, when you use a washcloth, how often do you have to clean that? And I remember you going, ooh, washcloth, ooh.
I mean, no, I don't use a washcloth.
No, but you were saying, like, it's hard because you have to wash that a lot. Otherwise, it just sits there and just has, you know what I mean? Like, how often do you change your loofah?
How often do I use the loofah? You have to wash that.
So, like, how do you wash it?
Like by hand with soap and stuff.
Okay, so you use the loofah and then you wash the loofah?
Yeah, it's like made of synthetic material.
Do you replace your loofah like every 3-6 months, or do you just wash it?
Oh yeah, you replace it. Definitely.
Right.
Probably like maybe every 2 months, maybe.
Does your hobbits
would
have
say-
different loofahs?
Girl, I'm not sharing a loofah with anybody.
But how do you know?
Different colors.
Oh, okay, so you have different colors.
Yeah,
Also, the word loofah is really nice.
I like the word loofah too.
Paul, thank you for watching it. That makes me happy.
Loofah too.
Tee.
You're gonna be
How are you?
loofah too.
Oh God, Diva boots
Where is this little hoe?
on me.
Okay. I'm on a Jan. If you can keep him
Nice.
okay.
You got this. You got this. You can get it done.
Is he slugging you?
No, but I reckon you can still do it because you're quite far away. Are you? Wait, where are you? Oh yeah, you got it. Diva boots. Every 4 to 6 months, you're meant to replace your loofah. Oh.
Oh shit. He
Gotcha.
saw me!
Oh no, he saw me. Please don't kiss me.
Oh my god!
What? Oh, weeks. Oh, sorry. 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah,
Oh.
like 2 months.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so I'll throw my loofah out in a couple weeks.
Please!
I'm
Where's the
gonna ready.
hatch?
I'm gonna hurry up, but let me just 1 second.
Where's the hatch, bitch? Oh god. Oh god. No! Check it now!
Oh, hell no.
Oh! Oh, check it now! Oh! Oh my goodness! Oh! Oh! I don't think I've ever seen that Mori before.
Said I promise you the world if you could do the same. Oh, I would go the distance if you could take the blame. If you kept me waiting on your word, would you give me nothing in return? Said I promise you the world if you could do the same. Oh, I would go the distance if you could take the blame. Said you change your state of mind with the clothes you wear, and nothing much changed since you cut your hair. I thought I wanted to
Ugh. Oh, where's my door open? Oh. I have my I use these kitty liners for Mimi's because what I do is, especially if it's any kitty owners, I know I need to get stainless steel, but what I do with her like her box, because I think it's plastic, I have to get stainless steel, but I try to replace it like every 6 to 12 months. I don't get anything expensive, but I just feel like the plastic starts to, like, no matter how much you clean it, I don't know, I like to do that for Mimi. But I use these like elasticated liners that are the best. They don't like leave the litter. I love it so much. So I always stock up like every 6 months and get a couple of boxes. I love it. I think it's something Rufus & Co. I love those liners. Yeah, it drives me insane. Wait, thanks guys. I appreciate that. I wore it on Christmas. I don't know, Max. What the hell? Hello? It drives me insane. Oh, that's okay, babe. I thought you were talking about liners. I was like, yeah. No, all good. Cammy. I'm so excited for you though. You got this. You bloody got this. Keep us updated. Even in the Disky if you're in there. I'd love to hear about it. Today is going to be not my usual Friday stream. Usually my Friday streams are 7 to 8 hours. But I booked something in October that I forgot about this week. I have 2 gigs this week. Although this one is a cover band for System of the Downs. System of the Down, am I saying that right? And Linkin Park cover band. So that's going to be fun. But I forgot I booked it. And it's at that time. It's a time of year for me with birthday in Japan coming up that there's just so much on. I'm like, fuck. But it's okay. At least I got to do it. Like I'm doing a little stream today. Oh, to be fair, Axel, I have to double line the liners because Mimi is so conscious of covering up her poopies that she'll scratch for ages. So I use 2 liners a pop. But yeah, these ones are great though, Pixel. These are great. Yeah, so with stainless, do you not put a liner in anymore? Because I've seen some stainless users just do no liner and the litter. Cinema down. I was like, oh my god, how cool! She is a dainty lady. You know what she did this morning? She sleeps. I don't know what's going on with her aging, but she's getting more and more attached to me when we sleep. So here I am. Barbecue sauce on my titties. Wait, what's the line? Anyway, whatever. Sorry. I was in bed and I go to roll over, right? And she's quite little. So I go to roll over and I have long pillows. I have jumbo pillows. I don't know why I do. I roll over and Mimi's on the other half of the pillow looking at me like, hello. Like, we're on the same pillow. You've never done that. Like, she's just getting like, she's like so attached to me. Oh my goodness. She's so precious. She actually is. Barbecue sauce on her titties. Yes. Yeah. A lot of people don't use liners. Hi Will. What you eating? What you eating? Tell me what you eating. You can't say you're having dinner and not tell me what you're eating. God forbid she loves you. I know. She's so fucking cute. Oh, Japan. Mimi. I wonder if Mum... Oh, wait, no. Mum's going to be away in New Zealand. I'll probably have to get a combination of Tyson and Reese, I think. Cats always do that to me and I'm allergic. Oh. I wonder if Tyson would actually take her into his house. Although he's upstairs, he can just come down and give her some pats. I'm going to have to ask him to do that. Poor Mimi girl. Oh, you're allergic, y'alls? Oh. Also, hi Freedom, hi E-Boy, hi M, if I've missed you, hello. Crab stuffed mushrooms and crab cucumber? Okay, yes, chef. What the hell? Just cash? Rally Puff. Ready up when you're back. Wait, is this meant to be Erica? I gotta ask. Yeah, true. The visit will be easier. Yeah, I gotta wait, let me see if I can get my outfit ready.
Oh, these days it's so hard to relax. You gotta hold a gun to my back to make me smile. To make me smile.
I feel like
Only way I seem to cope is by trying to hold on to hope, if just for a while,
I need something more obnoxious.
just for a while.
She has been wearing leather pants though. I can do better. What about who else is blonde? Oh, Kate. Will Kate have a blonde wig for me? Oh wait, perfect. The mic. The mic. The mic. Girl, I found a Kate head with a mic.
You found a what?
A Kate head with the mics. I'm being EK.
Oh my.
She has a
Wait.
mic.
Oh my God, she does. Oh shit. Wait, what the hell is that Felix wearing?
Oh my god.
What is that?
What is
I
it?
feel like I don't match anyone. I fear I'm the odd one out.
Oh my god, I'm so good.
Wait, Kate makes so much sense. I should
I
have
look
done her.
so good.
Wait, should we back? No, because I want to see what this Felix does.
Oh my god, I'm perfect. You know what we need? What's coddle?
Mama.
Yeah, Yunjin has fits. I gotta sneeze. Oh my god, I just
This
Oh.
is too much. I can't.
thank you. That bless got me. Oh my god. Bless. Thank you. Okay. I can't believe it's the 23rd of January. Guys, come on. Great. This year's just gonna melt. Guys, mark my words. In a week, I'm gonna go, guys, it's May. Ridiculous. Hi, Virgo. How are you? Hello. Sorry. I'm in a Morid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is really nice.
Oh God, we look so good.
Oh my lord.
I fear I'm a little bit bright.
Me too. Whoopsie. It's a bubba.
Oh God.
Oh. Frida, I'm gonna try and stream as much as I can
Oh,
in the
hello,
Airbnb.
Felix.
Just to have a little catch up yap, you know? But I know it's gonna be a week. It's gonna be a week. I'll be gone for, oh god. I'll be gone for like,
Oh, I fear.
I won't be streaming at this setup for like 11, 12 days, which is, that's my usual like New Jersey time, I think, but it's okay
Why does this
because
map feel so
after the
good?
Japan trip, I might have a long weekend here and there, but like I won't be doing a
shit.
long trip for months. So I'm so excited to
You
lock
think
in.
he saw me?
Maybe. My bar's filling
That
up.
was comedy. He looked at me like, bitch, really? You're wearing bright yellow.
True.
looked at me, please.
Oh my god.
He went,
Mm.
I wonder,
Yay, Virgo proud.
where could the connection
love that.
be?
Abby, I'm basically going the full 2 weeks, apart from like, I think
Wait.
it's... Yeah, 3 days. So I'll be leaving Australia the 16th, landing on the 17th, and then leaving Japan on the 26th,
Oh my god, hey girl.
arriving the
Let me heal you.
27th. So what is that?
Ah!
10 nights? 9 or 10 nights, I think? Which honestly, that's perfect. That's a perfect amount. Perfect. Wow. That's really nice.
Did that work?
I
Oh my
don't
god,
know.
I have to stand still?
Oh.
Oh, I'm a dumb
Yeah,
whore.
no, Abby, that's perfect.
I've never used that before.
Your ass is the perfect amount.
Sorry.
No, that's perfect. Because I was going to do like 6 nights.
Oh, wait.
Just to make myself feel better so I can do some streams. But I was like, Carla, like as much as, yeah, you're stressed about not working as much in Feb, this is like an opportunity you need to seize. You know? Of course, Virgo, I'm going to be vlogging.
Oh.
I'm going to be making vlogs, babe. I'm so excited for the vlogging aspect of it. Very excited. I'm going to be vlogging my ass up.
Oh my god, he's coming back.
Oh my god. No, I will. Guys, I think socials is the command. If you aren't following the gram yet. Oh, shoot. Follow the gram, because anytime I do a POW trip, I spam. I spam Instagram. I'll be doing stories. I'll be doing daily
Look out, y'all.
dumps in 2 ways. And then when I get home, I'll edit my vlogs so I can put them in 2K. Because when I edit vlogs overseas,
Oh my
I
goodness,
can't
the
make
noises,
them
y'all.
the
Calm
best
down.
quality. Unless people don't really care, then I'll do it overseas at night. Oh, that was so bad, that medium vault. Hi, Trippy. How are you, doll? Hello. Axel. Stop. You're too good to me, babe. But yeah, no, I'm very excited. Ellie, maybe. I gotta look at the itinerary. Yes, Virgo, I will. Wait, Pudge, was that a good loop? I feel like that was a bad loop. I don't remember what happened. But thank you. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing, my aim is that the Wi-Fi is good enough that I can do streams off my phone. Maybe I'll bring my iPad. I think my phone will be better though.
Jesus.
And do like hauls and try stuff live. Like that would make me feel better if I could do a couple streams. Like even if they're 2 hours. Because if we're winding down at night, you know, and we've all bought a bunch of stuff, I may as well go live and show you guys and hang out. That would make me feel better about the
Come on,
lack of
go.
streams that I have in Feb.
That scream. Erica, where do you want to heal?
1 moment. I just... Sometimes I look up to the sky. And
Okay.
I say, God, I love you. Cue the fireworks.
Cue the music.
Cue the pyro.
Let the music play. Hey, kitty girl, it's your world.
Cause this is Thriller. Thriller night.
Up with you.
Oh.
Oh. Wait, I was doing the Glee mashup. Please. Now, sissy that Kirk. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a gen. Have you been to Japan?
Yes.
Did you like it?
That change of subject. Oh, yes, Japan,
I'm going next month.
in fact, is one of the greatest places I have ever been.
Really?
Yes, New York City.
I'm going next month for my
Japan?
30th.
So good.
There.
So good.
Emily, stop. That's so funny. Oh. Oh, is Harry Styles touring again? Shuji, hello. How are you? I guess it's been years. Sorry.
This Bubba's leaving me alone.
Alright.
Like a poisonous toad.
A poisonous toad.
Okay. Girl, I hope we can play Hightail next week.
I've never seen you so obsessed with wanting me to play a game. We can do it, babe. I'm ready.
We can do it. We don't have to do it on. We can do it early too. Like just on a like a random day.
We can do whatever.
We can just call each other on Steam. Okay, I fear it's time for a chase with Bubba.
Yes.
My time.
Sierra,
come.
hello, doll. Ooh, it's coming out. I wonder if I'm going to shake ass. Okay, true.
Oh,
The yellow thing in the top right? What did it look like? God, my perks are all... They're crazy. I didn't see it. Oh, it's quarantine zone. Oh, my bad. I can turn it off. Did you get Jake in quarantine zone yet? Because I
no,
want
I
to talk
haven't
about
had
the
any
hair.
of the TBD survivors.
Did you do a new save?
No.
That's why. Up with you. Oh.
Up with your head.
It's a great song to dance to be honest.
Dance.
Dance. Let's dance. Get up here. Let's dance. Let's dance. Yeah, true. I did have to perish Jake.
Y'all better be doing these jams, because oh my god.
There's 2 gens being done. Look at the hood. Do you reckon know
I
it?
am the poisonous toad.
Know it or nah? Happy
Up with
true.
your head. Dance, dance till you're dead. That was a lot of looping. Oh my god.
You did loop.
Head to roll on the floor. Lara Croft, in position for anything, my lord.
Anything, me lord.
Did you see Sophie Turner is going to be the new Lara Croft?
Yeah.
How do you feel? The gate is at 99. What are you?
I think fine. Do you think, like, because I don't know. I'm not like, I haven't played a lot of games,
It's a
so I don't know
really
if
weird
people.
choice.
Oh, okay,
That
it's a
we're
weird
playing.
choice.
It's weird, but it's like, you know what? I always give people a chance.
Yeah.
Do you know what I would never forgive, though? Controversial.
Yeah.
Dark Knight Rises Anne Hathaway's Catwoman. She was good, but what the fuck? Why would you cast her?
Oh, really?
Like, I like her, but what?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
I don't see her as Catwoman. Are you good?
Oh, that's so mean. That's so bad. That should have hit. Where do I go?
We are catching fire.
We're coming. We're coming.
in the flame. Oh.
All right, we're good.
Oh!
Yippee!
Oh my god.
We did it.
No, that was my round. I was looping and pooping.
Yeah, we're doing it.
And sleuthing. Oh my god. There's a Masters of the Universe trailer? What?
Oh.
Good god.
Good loops. Good loops.
The
Oh,
power
Sophie
of the
got really
blah.
buff for the role. Really? Okay.
The power of the
Wait, so we're just killing all the survivors, Virgo? Oh,
wait.
wait. Guys, this might be I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. So, Tomb Raider's already been done. And Jolie was Lara? Oh, shit. That makes sense, because I was thinking of Jolie in my head. I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. Oh. Oh, right. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, big shoes to fill. Oh. Wow. Yep. Yep. I see what you're saying. Yep. Interesting. Okay. Not me learning things real time. Oh my god. I feel like I knew that, but I needed a refresher, you know? Let me see if they gave me the banner yet. I don't think so. It's in the PTB. Not yet. We'll give it a go, give it the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, yeah, for sure. What does this even say? Does this say something special? It's me, Bill. Oh my god. Hi, Bill. From Left 4 Dead. That's crazy. I think because they're running out of ideas. They're like, all right, what's going to make us money? Guys, Tomb Raider. You know? This guy's committing to the bit. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's lack of ideas and also money. They're like, all right, what's going to give us money? Charlie, it's Bill from Left 4 Dead, sorry. Oh my god.
Was that Bill just advertising Left 4 Dead?
But imagine it was like actual devs doing it.
God, we gotta get shit going.
Guys, play TBD.
The numbers are down.
Nothing is down.
I remember playing Left 4 Dead when it first came out. And being like, wow, this is...
Thank you.
Oh. This is... You are Beyonce. Thank you.
Thank you. I miss Left 4 Dead.
All
I
right.
haven't played in a while. All right, lock in.
Slut for Dead.
I can't believe we got Bubba. Ooh.
Oh my god, it's the Lich King.
Aww.
La 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 la.
Devs of a 17-year-old game. Yep. Imagine.
He's here.
Oh.
He is here.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I was looking at
I'm out.
I was looking at my perk. Oh no. My bad.
That's a good idea. I should do that too.
My bad.
Oh my god, it's rolled a 20. When doing a fast logger exit, you can not be seen by the Lich? Oh, wow. That's cool.
You can mod Left 4 Dead? Oh shit. Whoopsies. Heal me. We can come back from this.
I kind of don't know how this killer works. I've forgotten.
He has a hand that stops a pallet. He has some skulls. He has a few things. That's kind
Oh
of
my
fun,
God.
this perk. What's the cooldown? No cooldown?
What did I just do?
Oh, you have Eye of Vecna?
I did. I don't know. I don't think I used it properly.
Is that
I
the
think I
locker
fucked
one?
it up. I think I had to attune to it first. Oh my god, look at the body piece on this guy. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how we have the Lich and then we have Vector coming out this month?
Yeah.
Like two of the same character. I guess it would be like... No.
No, say it out loud.
I was gonna say like Trapper and Jason, but not really.
Oh my god, this fucking chest.
Eye of Vecna! Oh, I can still use the power. Oh, that bitch stole my chest. Well,
Well.
it's over for me. still haven't played the new Vecna.
Vecnussi?
Vecnussi the Goosey. Stranger Things Goosey.
I think you'll like them.
Oh, I'm excited. I mean, I loved Pinhead. So if it's anything like Pinhead. Vecna!
Yippee! Waste his snatch. And then he vacuumed him up. He's so small.
You know what's funny? The first 2 rounds we played, we did so bad, but now we're killing it. We had to warm up.
Real.
We had to giggle. Like, you know whenever you and I do DBD tournaments all the time?
Yeah.
And we win?
Yeah.
It's because we wake up early, we go to the gym, and we warm up 7 rounds of DBD.
Real. And I've been saying that.
All of those get up early and work out people were right the whole time.
Real.
Wish I could do it. Wish I was telling the truth.
Oh. This guy is like, girl.
Whirl. A 14? Wow.
Oh my god.
You see the order of pallets. Do I have that already? Girl, I don't know. You can have
Girl.
it, baby. Go on.
Oh my god. That was a good loop. Was anyone on a gen? I think gen's popped.
We have done 2 gens in that time.
Oh, really?
You did a good thing.
Thank y'all. That was a good loop, guys. We're so back.
Wee. Oh. Oh. Oh, bitch. Watch out.
Hey, boy. Sometimes I loop better. Sometimes if I'm talking or I autopilot. Not the first game. No. 2 things either happen. I loop for filth or I get distracted and everyone dies. There's no in between.
Oh my god.
I'm coming.
This man's sluggy wuggied. Wee.
Okay, he definitely saw me. Oh, I'm exposed.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah. All right. That's okay. Because I have a plan. Granny,
I'm on my way.
come over. Come on over. Come on over,
Wait, I have an idea.
baby.
I have an idea.
All right, Diva, what's your idea? Oh, you're invisible? He's picking me up. He's picking me up. Oh, you sexy bitch. You sexy bitch.
That was so cool!
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
I used my invisible powers.
Oh, gotta get it. Oh, nice.
Oh, he just flew over.
Can you get that save?
I'm trying. My god, I went invisible!
Oh, yeah, baby! Oh, sorry.
Bill, quickly! We gotta heal, Divas, we gotta heal!
Okay.
Ah! Decide!
Ah! Ah! Oh. Hi, Mike. How are you? Sorry. Oh my god. Oh. We can come back from this. It's okay.
Oh!
He went right through me.
Oh!
For real.
Oh my goodness. Wait, can I just keep using this ability?
Hi, Josh. How are you doing? I think there's a cooldown, right?
Like, what?
There must be a cooldown.
I can use it again?
I think so.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
But I always use it wrong and die, so you're doing better than me.
I genuinely was lucky there. I didn't think it'd go for a pallet. Oh, girl.
This is a high octane game of DBD.
It is. He's kind of camping you. Oh, you did a save.
Okay, I don't know if he's coming for me or not. I'm gonna try and run away because I'm in fact Deathhook. I think she's trying to protect me, but she's also like bringing him to me. I need
In
her
your
to.
way?
I need her to like not go the same way. Okay, cool. We're good. Heal Me, Bill. From 2008, hit game, Left 4 Dead.
Out now. Available for a long time now.
A long
But
time.
please buy. I'm doing the gen by the KS. Killer, that's for those not in the biz. That's the killer check.
The biz is so funny.
In the comp biz.
Biz.
Do you remember when we used to yell like comp corner?
And we used to?
Oh, you know, you're right. We never stopped.
We're doing it always. Okay, Bill, I'm gonna need you to
'Cause
take
we
this.
are compy.
Can't be cursed. Okay, he's going for me, which is not ideal. I need someone to take the aggro. Oh, I have this.
Oh, he may go for me.
Oh, I'm
Maybe.
dead.
Well, he's gonna lose this gen.
Damn it. The biz.
Oh, baby, baby.
And I must confess, I still believe. All right, well, Bill's gonna do that gen.
With you, I lose my mind.
Give me
Give me
a
a
sign.
sign.
Yeah, I mean,
Hit me, baby, one more time.
if you see someone on Death Hook and you see someone on Second Hook, you're going for me. I get it.
Girl, why did he not finish that gen? It's 99%.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm screaming. Why didn't he finish it?
I don't know, babe.
Girl, someone finish that gen. She's doing a totem? Mama. My entire ass.
Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh. I'm slowly getting on the website. Uh-oh.
Oh, baby, baby.
Uh-oh, it begins. Woohoo! Love. Bloody love. Thank you, Hall. I'm trying to love my natural hair more. I just sometimes feel like I can never make it look nice.
That gen was 99.
Wait.
Oh, baby, baby. I shouldn't have let you go. Show me.
That's my streamer.
Is it?
The picture's
Okay.
not real. What do you mean? Tammy, how's work going, by the way? To be fair, it's different every time I wash it. Some days I'm like, oh, I like my natural hair. And other days I'm like, ugh.
Oh, mama, it was terrible. They
How
tried
is
to
it? Yeah,
drown
but
me in the
perfect
ocean.
description. Love. Oh. God. Yep. Yep. Guys, when am I 30? Let's count down
Oh.
together.
Well,
2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks. 2.5. Guys, I'm enjoying my youth. How are you, Con? No, that's my issue. Is sometimes I'll wash my hair and I'll be like, ooh, who is she? Okay, who is she? And then I sleep on it and I wake up and I'm like, oh, they're gone.
I wonder if we can save this bill. No.
Guys, 30s club. I'm joining.
Girl, he might have Blood Warden.
Blood Warden.
He may have Blood Warden,
He has
girl.
Blood Warden, girl.
What's your plan?
By the way, after Games with Grand, guys,
Oh my
I'm
God,
either
revealed.
doing Mega Bonk or Arc. Because after
baby,
Grand
baby.
leaves, I'll have
Wait,
like
what
an
if I did
hour
a
to
big
2 hours
brain
left
cave?
of the stream.
And went invisible.
So I'll figure out what I'm vibing.
Never mind. Oh my God.
What's coddle mean? DBD's actually been really fun. Really, really fun. I've been loving it. Oh, Call to the Lamb. Oh, sorry. I'll do Call to the Lamb properly next week so we can sink hours into it. Because Coddle for me is like a minimum 3-hour moment. But we will definitely play next week, I promise. I'm excited. We got to see who's still alive in the cult. Bong! Arc!
Put your ass away, child.
We might be able to do...
The Blaze Eclipse just subscribed. Good morning, hope
Let me
you are
cook.
having a lovely stream.
Blaze! Oh my god. Hello. Happy 8 months. How are you, doll? Hello. How you going? What's this?
Wow.
Wow. Oh, Ascended Heroes. God. I haven't been keeping up with Pokemon at all. It's been a long week. Do you have this weekend free? Thank you so much for the sub, doll. It's very nice. Me and Abby have to sex up and make babies in the Clud cult. We do, you're right. Last year I went to football on my birthday and they asked me how old I was. I said 18. And the day I turned 23, I said I was 18. Perfect. Well, technically, I mean, I say that... Yum. Technically, I say that to my sister because she's 41. And my 30th obviously coming up. She's like, I'm turning 32. And I'm like, yeah. Alan woke. Yum. Aiming to sleep. So, oh, yes, baby. Oh my god, Connie, I'm going to start ripping in Japan again. Because I have been very, very good not buying products recently because I just can't afford it. Like, it's very expensive. And when I can afford it, I do, and we rip on stream, but I haven't been able to, which is not a big deal at all. But I've been very, like, strict with myself. But Japan, make a dream. But Japan, we're going to be ripping. Because I think it's more affordable for me to buy cards in Japan, right? Or is that... No, it should be more affordable, I think.
It's time for school.
Lucky,
bitch. I feel like this map has been through so many weird little changes. Remember when the bathroom thing was always locked?
Oh, yeah,
The
true.
little door?
You're right. You're right. I know, I've been so... I can't imagine, Con, how hard it is to be around product all the time.
Oh!
Ooh, girl. Ascended
Oh my
Heroes, but
god!
Japanese.
It's
Ooh.
Whisker.
Oh, it's Whiskey.
I'm super dead too.
Yeah, my goal is to be able to do some streams where we just rip product from the day in our Airbnb.
I have nothing! Oh no! He's got, the one... He's got the Charlie perk! He has the one where it blocks
That's
the pallets.
crazy. That's crazy, bitch. That's crazy.
I'm sorry.
God.
I'm deleting this VOD. I'm
No,
not.
don't delete it. You're so sexy.
Actually, no, I'm
Oh,
not.
I'm dead. He has blood favor.
I just know that someone's screaming at me to stop. We cannot delete it until Carla shows her therapist.
True. True.
I cannot.
Girl.
Oh God. I'm gonna be on Fox News tomorrow.
Abby, that's so cute. What the hell? I'm gonna get a God pack.
God.
Yes.
Mentally ill thing on Twitch makes fun of Charlie Cook. Okay, well, at least he didn't go for me. That was nice of him.
Smooth, thank you for the lurk, doll.
I'm gonna medicate myself. Fear I need it. What is 1, 2, 3, 4? What is that?
I know a thing.
Is that a perk?
Yeah,
A Charlie perk?
it is, babe. It's a CP.
Wait, where did my... Oh, it's the tambourine?
You should be able to get the drops regardless, Freedom, but maybe not apply it to the game until you have the DLC. But you should be able to get the drops and then like link it and get them. I don't know if it's base game. I can check that for you. But
Oh, this
you'll be
guy's
able to get it
good.
regardless.
I'm going down.
And then if you can't use them, you'll be able to get them later on.
Can my wife come?
Oh, I'm going second stage. Oh.
Girl, I would love a pallet. Just anything.
Oh no.
Oh my god, it was so close! Ooh. Oh my god.
Surely he won't think I'm in here. He will. He's gonna find me. He's gonna look. Fuck. Don't look. I'm so sexy. Don't look. Does he have whispers or something?
Like a ring. I would like a ring.
Don't. Does he have whispers? Why is he spending so much time over here?
He's really like I really haven't done anything this whole game. It's just been
What the
slammed
hell?
against the wall. That blood fever is doing work, I tell you. Not a single pallet has been dropped. One, two, three, four.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I doing? I'm playing a tambourine? What is this doing? What is this doing? What am I doing?
I think it's something to do with. Press tab when you're free. It's something to do with you get something out of it. I forget. I can't keep up.
Hey, girl. Oh, yeah. What does that do?
We need blood favor.
Yeah, we need to get rid of that shit. Just like a white window.
Alright, huge. Is he coming up here? Wait. I'm screwed.
We are Alan Wake. I'm gonna go get Alan Wake.
Oop.
I fear he is here. Yeah. You know, I'm a star.
Oh no.
It's my
No.
duty. No, it's my. I did really
No,
bad
don't die.
this
You're so
round.
sexy. Oh.
Oh, this man.
Brandy! How are you doing? Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
That was my worst round. I would like a ring.
I would like a ring. How would he know? I'll see if I can get them. A wee bit chilly today. Oh no, how cold is it? I can't believe how cold it gets for all of you. I mean, it's cold here because we're used to the heat. But when I hear your temps, I'm like, what? That's crazy. It's definitely chilly at my house too. Oh my god.
Don't die, you're too sexy.
Oh. Hello, doll. There's my baby. How was your stream? What were you playing? Hi, guys. Hello, doll. We're just doing some DBD with Gran. Gran has perished. We're versing a Wesker. How are you? What's the hot goss? Ooh, another game I have to play. I keep hearing so many good things about it. I just gotta bite the bullet, I think. Thank you for the Oh, doll. I need to play.
Put your ass away,
People,
child.
like, I should play the first one first, right? I should just go straight
KB39
into two.
just subscribed.
Yogi, thank you for the big emote. Hello, doll. And K-Bait, thank you for 6 months. How are you? Guys, we love Amp in this
hell no.
household. Go say hello.
Thank you for
Gran is perishable.
Put your ass away, child.
So perishable.
What's the safe word?
Thank you for
Just
59.
subscribed. I didn't realize Gran was
Ria, thank you
perishable.
for the lurk as well. Oh my god, Brainy, that is cold. What the hell? Mine is
You
dead.
better cleanse that totem, baby.
Yeah, I shouldn't, but I did.
I had terrible luck this round. Every time he found me, he blocked every pellet. I couldn't do
Yeah,
anything.
we've been getting a lot of blood fever today.
Do me a favor, get rid of it.
Yes, that's what I said. But thank you for the 59.
Do you know what I miss? Is,
I
do you
appreciate
remember
you.
that build I
Thank
used
you.
to have? Stealth one? But it was like
What are you doing tonight?
spine chill, fixated, sprint burst.
Oh.
And like, oh my god.
It's not worth running anymore, right? Or is it still good?
Spine chill, no, it's bad.
So what's the difference with Spine Chill now?
I don't know, is it... I wish I could like look it up. I probably could Google it. But am I gonna do all that? No.
Oh, okay. I haven't run it, I think, since you were running it. So I'm guessing it's not good.
Like, it's, I mean, I'm gonna say, for the game, it's good that they nerfed it. Because it was too strong.
Can I do this?
It killed stealth killers. How cold can a spine be, really?
That's a good point.
But it was so overpowered, like, it would flicker on and off. Oh my god. What
Fuck.
the fuck?
Yeah.
Where did he come from?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Not the
That was
vacuum
so
to the other
surprising.
side.
I
That's
was
so
not
bad.
expecting that.
I was expecting that. I can't believe that happened. He looked at
sound
me and
so
was like,
shocked.
girl, what are you doing?
The
Fair,
way I would
honestly.
have screamed. Oh,
Nice.
this guy's good.
Nice.
He was really good at faking the pellets.
Poor performance indeed.
Performance in.
Gold's about to get the same storm. No! Chris is meant to get a storm? Oh no.
Hey, Carla.
Yeah? Yeah, babe?
Have you ever heard what an Australian owl sounds like?
Hurry.
Hurry?
Her? You've also done the neigh to me, the Australian. The neigh.
Have you heard the New Zealand one?
No, what is it?
Oh, who?
Alright, you got me there. You got me. I love the ones on, it's like Alan Rickman if he was an owl. Her.
Oh my god! Have you seen that guy on TikTok that does it?
Yes. Her. I'm seeing all of them. Have a good sleep,
The way he
doll.
warms up to it as well is so funny.
Yes. Oh, guys, be safe. I'm sorry. Or. Or.
Oh my god, that survivor just ran past the hatch. Oh god. Well, this is good. These games are fun. Except for that one. Well, it was good. I just was bad.
Real.
Like, I take responsibility. There's been some good games, and there's been some bad games. Holy shit.
Wait, so what is it? Just like a huge ass storm? She bakes bread? That's so cute. What the hell? Horror. What the hell? Oh my god. Remind me to go piss girl after this game. I would like a ring, I would like a ring, I would like a diamond, a wedding figure. I would like a big and shiny diamond that I can wave around and talk about it. I'm learning it. Sounds good. Huh? And that reminds me of when it was either, any Aussies remember? It was either when we were flooding or when we had bad bushfires, and they did the same thing. They were like, they went on holiday or something. Below 0 temps and snow. Oh my god, guys, be safe. Wait. Jeez. And the exploding trees? Oh my god. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. I'm keeping my headset down because apparently there's a
What is this?
parcel
Is this the
coming
guy
today?
again? Oh my
Oh
god,
no,
it's
we're
this
so
guy again.
screwed.
Oh no. Wait, we're already infected? Arcloided is AFK.
Okay.
Classic.
Classic. Oh. Same man?
I think it may be.
Where did he go?
Because who's up at this hour playing this game? Is it the same skin?
I don't remember.
He was wearing like a, like the vest.
He's wearing a long jacket, this one.
Oh, then maybe it's a different one. Ooh, I have that basement perk.
The
The spider one.
I say innovation. I know it's not that. This guy is really playing with my head. I think he's left me. I gotta get my spray, my hair spray. My Uro Buro.
Okay. What on earth is that perk on the left? What is that?
Probably got an eerie add-on. Oh no.
Ah, lelele, ah, lelas.
Guys, lock in.
Ah, lelele, ah, lelas.
Help. Nice, Jen. Good
That was
comms, good
good.
comms. I'm locked out. I love saying that. Did he see me? I'm very obvious, aren't I? Yeah, alright. Do your worst. Trick shot? Trick shot? Is he practicing?
I'm in the basement communing with the devil.
I should
Okay.
give it. What is he doing?
Ah, lelele, ah, lelas.
What is that?
Oh my god, please no one come down here. I'm very busy.
He
The
just
basement's
keeps.
in the middle building.
He just keeps walking. Oh, he's building stacks. Oh. Oh.
Stacks of what?
Does he have like play with your food or something?
Stay a little brother.
I don't think that's building stacks though. But maybe it is. Oh, he seems faster. I think it's working. All right, I'll give him that. I'll give him that. I didn't think it'd be working.
Oh my god, am I broken for the rest of the game? Nightmare.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Probably greedy of me to try and go around.
of Brazilians. Okay.
What the fuck is going on? I wish you saw what just happened.
Don't worry, Carla. I did the invocation.
Thank you.
We have 10%
Oh,
off.
fuck. Oh, we both stuffed up.
Oh,
What is going on? What is he doing?
I'm so confused. Is he just messing around?
Maybe?
Ah, le, ah, le, la. What does Brazilians do? 9%.
yeah.
Okay. Wow. So 10% after 9% Brazilians? We're boosting.
That was the weirdest chase I've ever had in my whole life. I don't know what, like, I don't know. I
Oh
don't
my
know.
god. Sweet Jiminy Christmas.
Sweet Caroline. That was fun though. That was interesting.
I think he wants me, Martha.
He wants
Oh! I stay not knowing how to go against a Wesker.
me. True. Brum brum brum. Good time.
But you know what? It's worth it because I did the invocation, y'all.
Bum. Know exactly what you're talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I know what I'm there. I don't wonder if you knew. I
really feel
to be left
outside.
outside.
Somebody save me.
Wesker Kirk.
We are Wesker Kirk.
All right. I mean, I'd love to have some more fun with you if you're interested, because I don't know what the hell's going on. I'd be interested if you are. Seems like he is. I think he's just getting stacks.
Is this lady coming to see?
You can hit me. Why isn't he hitting me?
Baby.
Can someone please get Grandmama off the ground? I'm gonna try. Does he want you to? Yeah, I don't know. Does he want me to follow him? What's the vibe?
Oh, okay. Well. Wee. Wee.
Does he have nowhere? Is he trying to do like an endgame build? That would make more sense.
I'm scared.
Me too.
Open the door! Open the door! Okay. Wow. Wow. We
Imagine he
are
has Noed.
Farmington. I love channeling. What? That guy didn't channel, did he? Did he channel? I fear
Nice.
he didn't. Nice.
Yeah. Not the knife. I love tunneling. Did he tunnel though?
No, that's what I don't think he did.
With love. Like, I know you're on my team, but
Like, honestly, I
he
don't
was on
think
me for
so.
half the game just tickling my taint. I don't know what he wanted.
I think she's full of shit.
But good for you. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick little pee break. I'm gonna play my ad.
Oh my god, I haven't played one this whole game stream.
Oh my god, you naughty bitch. Okay, be right back.
Okay, I'll do the same.
Play with your food. Oh, so it was. He was trying to stack. That's so weird. was so back. Yeah, maybe he was just farming. He was a little farming boy. Little farming lad. Whew. What's the temperature today? Feels really... Is it... What are we working with? Oh, it's a cold day today. Nice. It's gonna be 40 on Sunday though. Ooh, it's hot all next week. Oh. Oh, damn it. We had so much. Dropped a fat log on stream. Staley, what?
Put your ass away, child.
That was one time.
Nixaro86 just subscribed.
Next, hello.
What's up, fuckers?
How are you?
Haven't been in here for a few weeks. Hope you are all getting through this hellscape all right.
We are in this together. We are in it to win it. Better out than in. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Thank you for 30. How are you? Hello. Let's see if this is juicy or not. Thank you for the lurks as well, guys. Mmm. Mmm. Nice. Millie, have a great day tomorrow and have a good sleep. Thank you for hanging. I appreciate it. And Will, handing over your prime? What the hell?
Wilt like Hua just resubbed for 1 month.
Thank you.
Hakuna.
Oh my god, I appreciate that. I can have a little look. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry. Yippee! I said, okay, Carla. I would drink Red Bull without caffeine. But I love Red Bull so much. You know what I had an idea of? Again, they won't do this, and I get why. But imagine when you went out to drink and you order a vodka Red Bull. Imagine they
Put
had
your
cans.
ass away, child.
Or that you could buy as well
Burrito0986
that had vodka
just
in it.
subscribed.
And it was already like...
Kmart, M19.
But I understand why they don't do that. But imagine if it was like a pre-made one that you could just crack open. That'd be amazing. Burrito 19. What the hell is going on? Guys, can you chill out with the time? Thank you so much for 19. That went quick. Thank you so much. And thank you, Wilt, again. That's really cool. I appreciate that. That's really bloody cool. Welcome back in. Vodka Red Bull without the caffeine. I know. They're so easy to drink, Lukey. But I have to also be careful because you shouldn't have a whole bunch. You know what I mean? Like, I get, like, it's not the best for you to drink. Charlie. I just saw that in the Discord. Okay, lurking. Thank you. Thank you for lurking. Yeah. But I love it. Like, I went to a gig on Wednesday and I got one and, you know, they're so easy to drink. And then I got offered another one. I'm like, I shouldn't. Not because of the alcohol, just because of the caffeine, you know? Dustin, thank you. Yippee! I appreciate that. Okay, Hype Train. Thank you. Yeah, shake it. That gif is so old. Holy shit. We're drinking Red Bulls every day. Yeah, I like a Red Bull every day. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love Red Bull so much. But also, I shouldn't really do it when I drink. But, you know. You know. A bit naughty when it comes to that. But if they had pre-made, oh my god, that would be dangerous. That would be dangerous. Luckily, really, when I drink, 2 or 3 is the sweet spot. I never need to have, like, a lot. But, yeah. When they stop the winter Red Bulls. Wait, that's your favorite, Freedom? Song scratches my itch. I agree. I don't know what's in it. but it does scratch my brain. I thought. Wait, did they actually? Stop. Is it actually there? Guys. They were like, give us some photos. Give us some photos. And I was like, all right, here you go. Guys, it's relevant to me. Even though I gave them this photo, I didn't think they would actually put it on. But of course they would. But that's so funny. Holy shit. They should know that I'm built like that. A brand should know. That's so funny. That's a good photo. I didn't even suggest that to put that in. That's smart. That's a really nice photo. But honestly, they should know what I'm all about. Show me again. Show me the Simpson one. Bring it back. Bring it back around. Bring it back around. That's so funny. Look at Lisa's face. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Oh my god. I'm dead. We can do a dedicated Marge case study if you like. Oh my god. I'm losing it. Hey, baby.
Did you know it's 1.75 times blood points right now?
Yeah. Leg, titty, caca. Yes, I do.
Have you leveled up all your characters to Prestige 3?
The what?
Gay Godling
Have you
just
leveled up all of
resubbed
your
for 20
characters to
months.
Prestige 3?
Carl's Court.
I think so. Maybe. Hold.
I
No.
haven't done my killers.
No, I'm the worst.
I'm
Yeah, no,
lazy, dude.
I honestly will. I was like, okay, I know this is a bit silly, but also I would want brands to know that I have a sense of humor.
So what did we learn?
You know, like it's a bit silly. I learned that I'm actually really hot and sexy.
Actually, I've been telling you for years.
Really? Sorry.
I've been trying to tell you, honey.
Honey, I've been trying.
Oh, mama, it was terrible. They tried to drown me in the ocean.
Okay, wait. Boy. That tickled me, it did. That tickled me. The Sims is gonna reach out for it. Imagine.
What's your
God, like, wait.
what's your
Bestie,
entrance
thank you
music?
for 20. I appreciate you. Wait, my entrance music. Oh shit, what's yours?
We are Carla.
Girl.
We are Carla.
Girl! Oh god, no.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Godling, thank you so much for 20. I appreciate that so
And
much.
what is yours?
Thank you guys. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Live action March Simpson. Nighttime lurk. Lock in, babe. Lock in. Thank you for being here. What would mine be? I want something groovy. La 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 la. Do 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 do. Or maybe like Living a Vida Loca. No, I need something good. I need something that makes me shake a bit of ass. Oh, it's Wraith.
Oh. I feel like I'm between Give Me the Night, just Give Me the Night, or Groove is in the Heart.
Oh, Groove is
I
in
do
the
like-
heart.
Groove is in the heart.
Groove is in the heart.
See, that's a groovy one
Sorry,
for
guys.
you.
Sorry. I shouldn't sing that.
Groove is in the heart.
Yeah, no, I love that one. That's a good one.
Ooh, got your chills and about to dollar and dollar bill. Satisfaction in number one. Then adapted it number one.
There's this song called Conceited that's really like good to shake ass to.
Oh.
Um,
What is a chastity cage?
why do you ask?
Someone just spent 200 bits to have the voice thing say it.
Oh.
Oh, bitch, there's someone here.
Isn't that Locking Up Your Hog? It's by Remy Ma.
Hog.
This one, I'll play it. It's a good hype song.
That man really. Girl, watch out.
I'm conceited.
I got a reason. Oh, my intercom's going on.
R to the easy.
Someone after me?
Yes. See, this ain't nothing that you used to.
I don't know what my
Out
plan
of
is
the
here.
ordinary, unusual. You gotta have a mind state like I'm so great. Can't nobody do
Oh,
it like
hello, what's
you.
the safe word?
Miraculous, phenomenal, and ain't nobody in here stopping you. Show no love, cause you was snap. Look at
Sushi.
yourself in the mirror like,
Seriously,
what
you gotta play
the
this song.
fuck?
Damn, I look good.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead as bitch. Oh, never mind. Oh my god, now I'm actually the stupidest
Okay, I
person in
got
the
a little
world.
fat butt. My shorty told me that he like it like that.
That was
shit.
so bad.
I'm happy. Another me than
I was
Amy.
distracted by Locktober.
Locktober?
Okay, they can't stand me. I'm
Yes,
sitting
people
on
are talking about Locktober.
Oh.
See, I look too good for this necklace. And I look too good
You got
to
me,
be
girl.
reminisced. You know
I
look
panicked.
way too good to be innocent.
Chest
I'm
cages are my
conceited. I got a
egg
reason.
strainers.
Yeah, they're for
Oh.
your hog.
Oh my God. Wait, that's so special.
I'm conceited. I got a reason. Now who's that peeking in my window? Nobody, cause I live in a penthouse. Baby, I'm sorry, but I'm sexy.
I think it was on TikTok. It's called Conceited by Remy Ma.
Hurts, I don't know
That I'm
what they
waiting
do.
on. He said he loved when my
Love
jeans
that.
look painted on.
We read them.
With a tight white tee, you ain't quite like me, probably. While I'm always getting
How are you,
heated on.
Sue?
That's what they trying to push up on me like a wonder bra. Listen, when I speak, I wouldn't want you to take it wrong. Now, number one, I don't need you. Your name's Q, I only see you when I see you. Listen, two, you can never play me. Cause I'm such a fucking lady. Three, it's all about me. I don't
fucking
wanna
lady.
talk about it if you
It's
like
so
it,
funny
you
getting
ain't
ready
gonna
to this
wanna
song.
talk about it. See, I look too good to be fucking you.
I love that
And I
bit.
look too
I
good
love
to
how
be
she's
loving
like,
you.
I look too good to be fucking you. I'm like, girl, speak on that. Anyway. Sushi, well, that's already done, babe. But how was the gym? I haven't... Josh, I haven't heard of that one. I thought this
Dancing
song
Through
was Missy. Yeah,
Life!
I think I thought it was Missy too, to be honest. They have the same vibe. Which I love. But... Girl... Yeah, who's Part Boy? I mean, listen,
And
sometimes
you.
I know
I've been
all
waiting.
these songs.
Think I'm gonna make a move.
Tell me how you like it. Tell me how you like
you
it.
like it.
Great. Sorry.
We are girl.
What Charlie
need to
Perks
stop.
do you have?
What's your Charlie Perks? I have one about a locker. I have one about not seeing my aura. I have breakdown and balance landing.
Balance landing.
Balanced landing. Oh,
Landing.
ooh.
Charlie. Oh. Girl, what have you done to me? I don't want this stim. We gotta change it. Goo goo gaga.
I know.
Goo
This
goo
is why.
gaga.
This is why I held it in for so long,
Gaga.
and I never spoke of it.
Hi, Kyle.
Balance
Landing.
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 Buenos dias, clase.
My name is Valentina Pumpkin.
Valentina.
You saw that, right? I
Cappuccino.
showed you that, right? Oh!
Judea.
Valentina Pumpkin.
Valentina. Cappuccina.
Good evening. Hello, Daniel. How are you, sweet? Go on, ring that bell. Ring that bell.
Cause you can ring my
Bell. Ring my bell. I forgot about that track. We checked a locker? How embarrassing. I'm kidding.
The locker.
The locker? You checked the locker.
Valentina.
Pumpkin.
Barcelona.
Pumpkin.
Barcelona. Vosotros.
Oh, he double backed. Oh! Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Are you enjoying your time in Spain?
Oh my god. Oh! Plus M wood. Nice. Valentina. Oh, I haven't been hooked. That's pretty good.
I was hooked in the most dubious of circumstances.
Goo goo gaga. Watch it. That's
Oh
so
my
funny.
god, he's here!
Oh my god, really?
Oh. Let me. Oh, okay, do you have this, sir? Okay, he has it. I was about to take
Daniel,
a
I'm
hit.
good. Good to see you, doll. Oh my god, Josh, I was trying to play with some friends last night, and obviously duos and trios are pretty rough, but
Oh,
like people were
Run!
nasty. I reported some people because some guys downed us, and we're like, hey, we're just trying to do the gate, like we weren't, looting. And they were like, show us your tits and
Maybe
we'll
he
get you
won't
up.
see
Like
me.
just being gross. And I was like, which to be fair, that was the first time that's happened in Ark in 200 hours. So like pretty decent, but still like, shut up. What are you doing?
I'm
know what I
wearing
mean?
the brightest outfit. You're having a sparkling water? Ooh.
Ooh.
Fat-free with no anal leakage?
What?
Girl, in the 80s there was this brand of chips that was fat-free. And it had this thing in it that was like if you ate too many, it would cause anal leakage.
What?
Yes,
What
it's
chips
real.
were these? Hi,
Who remembers?
dear.
Does someone remember? Was it Olean? I think it was called Olean. Anyway, have you ever seen that movie, The Sweetest Thing?
Probably.
With Cameron Diaz and Christina Applegate?
Probs.
There's a joke about that in the movie.
What?
Yes. He said, "Oh, do those chips cause anal leakage?"
What?
Why are you so gagged?
I just
Oh, Olestra. It's called Olestra.
like from the 90s?
It was from the 80s.
Oh.
I think it was fat-free, but no one tested it if you like ate a shit ton.
Oh.
And people would eat them at like parties and then have to be like, "Oh my god, I need to go to the toilet."
I see.
I'm on the basement, Jen, the one in the house.
I'm on a gen in a house too.
I still gagging like they didn't put snow in Coca-Cola. Yes, they used to have cocaine in Coca-Cola. Hello,
Hello,
Coca-Cola,
Coca-Cola. Hello. Uh-oh.
Coca-Cola, hello.
Oh my god, he nearly missed. That'd have been funny. I would have laughed at that. That was a good idea in my head.
Almost done with the gen, lol.
Ooh,
Oh,
sorry.
Dr. Pepper, baby, it's good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
Oh my god.
Where are those doors?
Ah, he got me. Is Jane there? Have a lovely day. I remember.
Yes, that's what it's from. That's the sweetest thing.
Oh, that's funny.
Hello, is Jane there?
That's-
Yes, she is. Have a lovely day.
I just thought you were saying that to be funny in general. This whole time.
I'm not funny.
Yes, you are.
Stop.
Oh, say more. Stop.
Are you getting picked up?
He's kind of just like waiting.
Oh, not my girl. Not
Oh,
on my
shoot.
watch.
What is the plan here, Simon?
You want her? Well, you can't have her. You're gonna have to go through me. Go, girl. Run.
Running, running, running,
Run.
running.
One of the daughters is 99.
Heal me.
Dr. Pepper, baby. It's
We got
good
this.
and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
Glam, how are you, doll, by the way? Sorry, I'm so distracted. How are you?
What if
So
I
what's
just crawl to
happening
the
here?
door?
Yeah.
It's 99.
Where is it? Just straight ahead?
Like, I'm crawling towards it.
Oh, yeah, right.
you
Down
want
here,
me?
down here.
Should I recover and then crawl?
Maybe?
Is there a pallet anywhere?
I wonder what his approach is. He waiting for the door to open to Bloodwarden? That's what I'm thinking is happening here.
Oh, that door's opening now. Oh, he's gonna go hit them. I'm not fully recovered. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Dr. Pepper, baby, it's good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
No.
No!
Is it Bloodwarden? He's not doing anything. This gate should be open soon.
Should I
Kate,
just throw
stay
him
in.
out?
Kate, stay in. Yeah, just come this way.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, he's picking me up.
Okay, okay. We'll take you to that.
Oh, he's taking me far away.
I'm gonna stay in. Get a heal. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, we got you. This team's good.
Oh, I almost wiggled out. Dr. Pepper, baby. Blech. Oh. Gang's all here. Yes!
Oh, they're gonna catch up. They're gonna catch up. You got this though. You should be fine. Oh, you gave up. Okay, we're fine.
Oh. Hey! Look at that.
Nice job, team.
We ate.
We ate.
We
Cue the
ate.
pyro.
Cue the
Um,
fireworks.
Look at that.
Look at
that.
Look at that. Wow.
Would you look at that? I'm sorry, work with Stinky Glam.
I live.
Hopefully you can relax tonight. And Dove,
Put your
Lucky
ass away,
7.
child.
Good morning,
Lucky
dude. Just
7.
subscribed. Lucky 7.
How are you, doll? Thank you. Oh, I
And I
really
live.
bloody appreciate that. Thank you so much. Lucky bloody 7. We're really doing it. We're doing it to him. Charlie, a pleasure as always. Do what you need to do. I appreciate you, just so you know. And I'll bloody see you soon. Very excited. Dynamite. Dynamite. Good night, Charlie. Oh
Girl.
God. Daniel, we
Anyway.
went on a whole tangent earlier. It was bad.
Telepathy.
Granny was trying to, she wanted to say something. She's like, no, I'm not going to say it. And then she ended up saying it. And it was just it was a whole thing. It was a whole song and dance.
Mystery woman. Look at her.
My God, she's so mysterious.
What is she doing?
What is she doing?
She's going to coffee.
I want to verse like a Blight or a Billy or a Bubba again.
I
I
want
wanna-
a really weird. I want like a twins.
I want to like a good Luke.
Yeah, I feel like when you go against a Bubba, it's like, okay, yeah. I know what's going on.
You know what I mean?
And then I go against Wesker, I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
What the hell?
Or, what's that? Oh my god, what's that one killer that I hate?
You hate a lot of things.
Ghoul? Ghoul is my like, that makes one a DC.
Fair.
I
Fair.
hate Ghoul.
Yeah.
I hate him.
I hate him. I fucking hate
Also,
him.
can I be real?
Yeah.
Ghoul doesn't fit the aesthetic of this game.
Yeah.
Like, he's the only one where I go, you don't look like you belong here at all.
I feel that.
It's
Um,
too anime.
Freedom, great song, isn't it? Abby, good night, doll.
Sorry,
I appreciate you. I'll see you next week.
Out.
How dare you, Ronald Weasley. Also, my US Sunday stream, Oh,
Huh?
sorry.
Oh, it's Teddy.
Oh, it's Teddy Bear?
Teddy Fazbear.
Oh. I'm either streaming at night, so it would be US Monday morning, or you'll see me US Monday, because I have a B day.
Are you gonna finish that sentence? Oh, you're being chased?
Oh. I fear he got me.
I'm here!
Where you going, Bunny? It's not, Kyle. It's like pyrotechnics. I swear. Yeah, the
Mrs.
way
Kennedy is her name?
the way Grand stims are completely
Oh
different.
my god, I have 2 invocations. How does that work?
Liquid dynamite.
I have to pick one? Wait, I think I have 3. Because what is this?
Kyle.
Oh, it's a boon?
A born.
Oh my god, that is... crap.
A born.
A born. Oh, this guy
Oh
has
yeah,
a
my
red,
indie music amp. I
red
love it. I don't know why, but that doesn't fuck with me when I try to talk. Like I can do both.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I've got a boon to pick with
A
you.
born.
Let me look at these. What's this one?
Oh, she's coming. She's coming. Oh no.
You become a survivor, isn't it?
Uh oh.
What? Oh, so loud.
Oh, he got me. He got me.
Carl. Dr. Pepper, baby. You see the killer when they set up a crow? It's the worst. Okay.
My bad.
Oh wow. Is that good? I feel like I got some shitty poo-poo perks.
What do I have? I don't even know half of them.
Dr. Pepper, baby.
Pepper.
Oh!
Put your ass away, child.
chase
Lakins Lather
music's good.
88 just subscribed.
Oh, thank you for 13. Kings, how are you? It's good to see you. Thank you. What's the hot gossip, doll? Tell me everything. What's been happening? Ignore that.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I think I just sandbagged.
And Enya too?
Put
Oh
your
my
ass
God.
away, child.
Guys, what the hell? Thank you.
Enya's Spinnaker just subscribed.
There.
Carl Silly.
Great name. Thank you for 17 and 13, guys. I appreciate it. How are you both?
Well, guess what? You're getting 10% off.
10% off.
Today only.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the subs so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are the very best. And I really bloody appreciate it.
I fear this may not go well.
I agree.
Oh my god. Well, it's
Where-
over.
Oh my god, guys.
I was in the basement.
Thank
on
you.
a vacation.
No, we got you. We got you.
Strawberry Shortcakes just
Hold.
That is
subscribed.
so sad.
No, we're
Carl's
fine.
I was so close to finishing.
Me when? Nah, I'm joking. Let me have a look.
3 gens, Jen?
Well, I never.
Yeah, we're fine. You got this. Okay, she's gonna get you. Is she coming down? Yeah, nice. Kate, thank you
Oh.
so much. Oh my goodness. And Enya and Kings, thank you as well for the biddies.
Biddies? For me?
Y'all.
Well, I never.
Hello? Thank you. What the fuck? Chill, chill. Thank you so
I'm
much.
doomed.
Oh, I really appreciate it. That's so fucking generous. Thank you. Thank you so much. But chill out for a little bit, would you? Bloody chill out. No, that doesn't mean do more.
Okay,
Thank
back to
you.
my day job.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
I really appreciate that.
Oh shit.
Mamma mia. I didn't even know you could do combos that high. You jorking it?
Ah! Carla, watch out!
We're fine. Get in
Carla,
here.
watch out!
Get in here. We're fine. Get in here. Let's finish it. Let's finish it.
It's time to defeat Vecna.
And
It's time to defeat
please,
Vecna.
thank you. No, that's not what I said. That's so loud. Here, let me heal you. Oh, you
Like,
can't.
I'm broken.
Can you heal me?
I don't want to.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. We need to get that person though.
true. Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City. Cruising down the boulevard.
Hold. Oh. Oh.
I really hope he doesn't come this. Oh,
Oh. 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 All right. Basically it gives all gens a brand new part, Bobby. Tiff, I know. Thank you, sorry, not Josh. Thank you everyone for the biddies and everything. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. That's very, very, very kind. Very kind.
What the fuck is this? Oh, it's downstairs.
Thank you. Hi, Tony. It's good. How are you?
Why is there an X in the wall? Blind, old.
What is going on? Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. That's very, very sweet.
Oh, mama. Ah!
Thank you. Oh my god. And Grand screaming.
Oh, mama. It was terrible. He threw a fire axe into my thorax.
6 a.m. Oh my god, Tony, get some sleep.
Oh, mama.
Nice dodge, Mrs. Kennedy. Nice. This is a good little pallet.
Ooh. Ooh.
Nice try, nice try. All right.
Oh my god.
Eh.
Is there a gen over here? Please. Oh my shit.
mama. Go, girl.
I fear.
Go, girl.
Ooh. Oh my god!
That axe is nasty. Although that guy's nearly done the gen. I wonder if they're gonna... I swear they were just 99. Did they stop on
Was it?
purpose? Maybe I was seeing things. Tony.
Oh my shit.
With the screams as well.
Oh, mama.
You're a pro. McLadle, hello, doll. If I've also missed anyone today, I'm sorry. Anytime I play with Gran or pals, there's
How
so
did
many
you see my
noises going
perks?
on, and I feel bad. I do. You have 3 of them, don't you? Oh, no, wait.
I have 2 invocations.
Oh, shoot, you do. What does the other one
What
do?
is this? Garbaccio.
What the? Hi, Tara.
I fear I'm dead.
Let me ask.
This lady
Let me
is
do a
leading me to death.
poll.
To doom. The jet in the... Is it in this room? We went the long way. Wait, we might have it.
Don't apologize for existing. Oh my god, thank you.
We just have to commit. We have to commit. We have to commit.
Oh, nice.
Ah le le le, ah le la.
Kitty Kaka.
Ah le le le, ah le la. Ah le le le, ah le la.
Oh god, that axe. Oh, good hit. Good
Ah,
hit.
Tiny Birdie just for subs
Ah,
for 12
ah.
months.
Tara, thank you for your
You may
prime
say
as
I'm a
well.
dreamer.
Oh, he wants
Ooh.
me.
Hakuna.
He wants me.
Guys, there's a poll on top of chat.
He wants me.
Vote accordingly. Whatever game is picked, though, will only be played for like an hour, hour and a half.
To the exit gate.
So if that
Oh, bitch.
encourages you to pick different, now you know. Thank you so much for 12 months. Guys, thank you for all the subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh no.
Millie Bobby Brown reference? Oh, I'm not a
It's
Noah.
over.
I am not a Noah.
Oh, mama, it was terrible.
I'm excited for the
It
new
was
chapter.
killed by an
though.
animatronic.
Hey, mama. It's that beat that makes you move, mama.
Oh,
Sorry.
Nori.
Sorry. The bear is so scary. I agree. He does give me the heebies and the jeebies, if I can be honest with you. All right, we ball. We bloody ball. Yeah, there's been so many primes lately. I don't know what's going on, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. All the subbies and everything. Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's close. 11 to 9. I want to do both. I wish I could do both. I don't think I can. Although if the games are really bad, like if Ark wins and the games are really bad and sweaty, I'll probably switch over anyway. My dog just refused to come into the house in strong winds and torrential rain. I've had to chase him around the garden. Oh my god, are you soaked? Oh god. Oh god. I'm sorry, doll. Yeah, big dusty time! I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Also, Das, thank you for the stream streak. How are you, Jill? Thank you. Me. I think so, gamer. Yes. We'll just have a couple, you know? Oh, I should go downstairs and get that thing, but it should be fine. My neighbors looked outside the window, they would have seen a large man running around a garden. Like, oh my god. Yeah, but for the greater good. Did Ark win? I'm surprised by that. I thought Megabonk would have won. I'm always down to get some loot. We really do need to get some loot. I lost so much loot the other day. I'm surprised. Although I don't think everyone voted, to be fair. Some people are lurking and enjoying it. Hi, Ash. I know we do every US Thursday together. So if you guys don't know that, now you do.
Why am I sitting in a bed?
Yes. Sorry. I'm so glad it's not hot today. What am I gonna wear tonight? What's the vibe? What's the vibe? Snow? Wait, it never snows, you're getting snow? What the hell's going on? Hello?
It's time.
Is that exciting, low-key? Live in the future. Yes, it's Friday streams if you're in the future. Thursday night streams if you're not in the future.
The killer! Who is it? It's Chucky. It's the little fellow.
Uh-oh. Not Chucky again. What the hell? The
Oh,
ice
Lord,
part?
mama.
Oh god, I hope it doesn't cause power outages, guys. God, how different our weekends are. It's gonna be really hot from Sunday onwards, unfortunately. But hopefully some cooler weather for my birthday. Wait, that's a lot of snow. What the hell? Tara, no. What do they do? I always play on Anonymous with my chat closed if I play Killer off stream. I get scared. Oh shoot, yeah. Well, please stay safe, guys. I'm sorry. Nice. We tried it. That's okay, Ash. Well, now you know. Now you know we have a dedicated day for it. Oh, Tara. Okay. And thanks for reporting. They always want you to report. Alright, I'm running away. I'm running far away. Yeah, the exploding trees, I've never heard that before. What the hell, guys? Please stay safe. I've never seen an exploding tree warning. Is that normal or is that a new thing for you guys too? Uh-oh. All right, nice. Oh, got you. Okay. So it's kind of...
Got this, Daver. Watch out. He's got a little jump to him.
Ooh, that was... I'll give him credit. That was a really good...
He's good.
That was good.
What?
Was that a burp? Or a
It
soundboard?
was. Run!
Burp.
Heal!
Hi, Jules. Yeah. Oh my god.
Thank you, girl. I appreciate it.
No, it's
In the
alright.
bottom of my heart.
Ass, yeah.
The bottom of my heart.
Me ass. Appreciate it.
My heart wants what it wants.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
I
Oi.
think he may be here.
Oi.
Watch out, watch out.
He's coming round.
Did I just bamboozle him?
I'm a bit injured.
Would you like an ale?
Yay!
Oh my god, Nia. I need to take 2 more protection hits so that I can get Medal of Man.
Metal man.
Medal of Man! Medal of Man!
Oh shoot. Yeah, I feel like for us, it's extreme flooding or extreme fires. Like that's our thing. Daniel, what? What?
Oh shit. Oh god! Jesus Christ.
You can see me.
I got something for ya! Oh no! Oh!
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh.
I was so close!
I was robbed! No, I wasn't robbed, but I was blocked.
I'm playing silly because I'm trying to get Medal of Man, which is foolish.
But sometimes you've got to play a little bit
It's
silly.
foolish.
I'm
He didn't
coming to
call
get you, girl.
Did he call us piss-haired? I think he did.
Yeah, he says a lot of things.
A rude little man.
He's a rude little man.
You're a rude little rascal, aren't you?
Yeah.
Why do I always have breakdown?
Yeah, wait. Haven't you got that a few times today?
It's been like multiple times. I keep getting that invocation too. Well, Diva, it's time to do this, Jan.
I really hope we can.
This guy's really getting us.
I agree.
If he comes, I'm taking a protection hit.
No, we got this. He's going the other way. We can send it. We can send it. We can finish it, then get them off the hook, and everything's all good. I'm not going to let everyone die like I did the first game.
No.
We did it.
Only 2 more to go, girl.
I'm gonna
shit,
go
this
over here.
person- Oh god, oh god. He's here!
Oh, we're all on death hook.
Oh jeez, he hit that. I'm doomed, I fear.
Stay alive, girl. Maybe I can try and help, although last time I didn't.
Oh my god,
Hi,
he's so
Virgil.
good!
How are you, doll?
I'm dying, girl! Like a what?
Oh, no. This was a good Chucky.
Oh, because he was really good, girl. Really good, girl.
He's very mind
Hey.
gamey.
He didn't channel either, like everyone's on death hook.
What? Damn.
Let me spectate this. Yes, he's good, right?
Yeah. I'm leaving, girl. I'm leaving.
Oh! Oh!
I'm leaving. Nice.
Oh my god, this little man is full of violence and skill, isn't he? Can't believe it. He's full of parsnips.
Yeah. Good loot.
Come
Good
here.
loot. Oh,
Not
Pizza
bad.
Friday. On a jet plane, exactly right. Pizza Friday.
Whoop, whoop.
Ori, I'm gonna play that for you next game. Oh wait. We're on Chaos Shuffle. I don't think I can.
Get me
I'm gonna be
outta
given a
here.
perk.
Okay, I'm gonna change my fit.
Because I think Gran wants to play Chaos Shuffle. Do you want to
Because I
pick
fear I'm
my
cursed.
item or my outfit, or do you want a refund?
Okay, who's got something ungodly that I can do?
Can I do something else for you? A
What do you have,
character and an item, maybe? What could I do for you? Plus, in the future, when I play DBD, yell at me and I'll do a no perk for you.
I want something ugly. Mind you, this is kind of a vibe. Mind you.
Can I go brighter? No, wait, I want that hair. I think these are the brightest pants. They're really bright. Oh, these are even brighter. Okay. Oh, yeah. Girl, that's crazy. Surely we won't get seen in our super subtle outfits. How did he
Wait,
see
what?
me?
Why did I kind of eat?
You
Sorry.
are eating, to be honest.
Wait, why did I kind of eat? Hello?
You are. It's either this one or this one to be the brightest.
It's so bright.
I don't know what's bright. Like, this is glowing, I guess.
This is so bright. Is there anything in this store?
I look too good to be wearing this. Rose, how are you, doll? Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer this one or Yunjin? Which fit?
Jamers?
Which fit, you reckon?
But it's a linked set? How dare you? Alright. I've made my decision.
First one? Yeah. I think because it's like so in your face with all the colors.
This is a vibe.
Perfect.
Unless... No. the
Wait, that
hair-
sounds familiar, Tari. Tari? I'm Tara. It's more I got dressed for a teacher conference, but I'm quirky. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Perfect, girl. Dora, I can't believe I saw Ping boot up DBD. What's going on? Ping? Baby? What the hell? Oh my god, yes! I love Impractical Jokers. Oh my god. What's going on? Ooh, Ghostface. If you have Ghostface, Ghostface. If you have Myers, Myers. If you have neither of those, Trapper. Trapper. I'm so excited to play Vector next week. Oh my god. It means we're gonna have like new chapter DBD. We're gonna have Call to the Lamb. We're gonna have Arc with Chris. Probably some Mega Bonk. It's gonna be a big week. Becky, Jeffy, I'm so excited. Becky, baby. Oh god, it makes me like my tummy hurts, Rose, when I watch. What is it, Jules? What is it called? I'm screwed.
Welcome.
Oh, yeah, that's on my wish list.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Beck. How are you, Pookie? Girl. A doctor?
Oh, is it? Oh, bitch.
Uh-oh.
And I have a whole bunch of persons.
Game's a bit of good mixed bag, Beck. Good mixed bag. We're doing a smaller stream today. So hopefully we have good games in art.
What do we have?
We need this. Not a doctor. Oh no, not a doctor. Ooh, next. Okay. Well, I'm not playing for a few days, so I think we'll be good, which is great. That's perfect. I gotta do my sketch. I think we're gonna do... The boy Chris has a cool sponsor next week, so I'll be doing maybe games with him after his spawn. US Monday, I think, potential. Oh, Deadman switched. That's unfortunate. All right, what do I have? Oh, Fogwise. That's kind of fun. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Don't get them. Don't do that. He's tunneling.
Is they really?
I'm trying to get ahead of him, but...
Wait, we've played with this person before.
Have we?
The Claudette.
Oh.
I recognize that name. Africa's Water.
Oh, I need to see where they are. Where are they? Oh. That's nasty.
So it's tunneling then. Terrible. It's very terrible.
Oh shit, I'm dying.
My God, I haven't seen a doctor in so long.
Okay, hook me far away so Claudie can get saved and healed, please. Please. I need this.
Okay. Oh, we have her.
Not see, but feel.
Oh, mama. I'm stuck. Oh, oh. Oh, he's tunneling her.
Still?
He went right for her.
We need to get all systems. All systems go.
Heal me, bitch.
Sorry, I'm gonna try and get this Claudette.
Rail.
Oh no, I need to snap out of it though.
The way we've done one gen 2.
Where are they? I can't tell. We all need a help.
Oh!
Where are they?
Oh! Oh, I see a pallet trapped over
Can
here.
you go to her?
I'm
I
gonna
can't
go.
find her. Where is
This
it?
way. They were just here, like down here. Here, over here.
Okay. Oh, I can't. Oh, they're there. They're there. They're there. All right, perfect. All right, cool.
Oh,
I'd
shit.
rather go down than her, so she's still trying to find the Claudette. Claudette's long gone.
He's looking around for me. Okay. God. What did Zia?
It's a 14 or I think 14 in March. March
get you.
12th. Doctor on his own map. This is Doctor's map. Oh, I guess that makes sense. For some reason, okay, stupid. Thought it wasn't nurses. But I guess either or makes sense, right? It's a baby. I know. I got her when I was 16. She was 6 months when I was 16. So it could actually be 15.
Like, he's really going for her. He's already back on her.
We have to try and save her.
Let me heal you quickly.
No, I can't. We have to go.
Girl,
Over here,
gonna
over
die.
here.
you're all dead, baby.
So when you see her, you have to throw yourself in front of the juice. I know we should be doing gens, but this is so annoying. He's
Yeah, I know.
obsessed.
You're gonna die though. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh, torch? Torch? You have a torch?
yeah. Oh, damn it. I need to snap out of it, and then also
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Vittorio, I need you. Vittorio,
Vittorio, wake
Vittorio,
up!
Vittorio,
Vittorio, please!
Vittorio.
Oh.
Oh, he's like, you know what? She's been dead.
Oh. Vittorio, please! Please!
Oh no.
Honestly, worth it. Try and save her.
That was really nasty.
I know, he only went for her.
It was like a blatant tunnel too. It wasn't like a hee hee ha ha. It was a no, 5 gens.
It was nasty. And not very nice.
I too am gonna die now. But okay, he's coming for me. I'll try and run away from. There's a gen in the corner near a gate that's like 80.
Vittorio is saving me. Oh, this is nasty gameplay. Nasty gameplay.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm
Abominable.
dead. I'm dead. Yeah, I kind of threw trying to
Nasty.
save him, my bad. But sometimes you have to throw. You know
I
what
mean, we made a good point.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind
was
Doctor,
worth
but
it.
sometimes it's frustrating when you have to snap out of it and you can't use stuff, you know? I love Kitty so much. Tara, that's beautiful.
I fear.
I can't wait for you to see what Africa said in the chat.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh my.
oh, Chain Blocking Park, please.
Yeah, true. No. Hey, I'm sick. Give me my package.
No way, I just walked past you.
What the hell? I'm glad you got a refund though. Hi Kia. My pleasure, doll. My pleasure. How was your birthday?
Oh,
Okay, I'll be right back.
come on, Vittorio. Loop him for 3 gens, son. You got this. Oh. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that gem was 99. And I'm exposed! Can he see me? Oh god. Oh, he's camping him. This man! Like what? Oh, girl, I don't know if I make it. I might have taken too long. I took too long. Oh my god. Ugh. So, I've never seen... Oh my god, do you have the profanity filter on? Because I don't know what they said. Right.
Alright. Let's do it. Oh, I gotta get my parcel as well. Okay. Let's go, girl. It's another ugly outfit I can do. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. Let me put on Miss Thang's new outfit. Oh, she looks cunty. What the hell? I love her new hair, but I don't know, this is kind of cunt. What's the difference? Oh. I see. No, she's cunt. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. I'm ready. The champagne is burnt. What? It's not that easy. Oh God, everyone's getting sick. I honestly feel like I'm gonna make it to Japan and be like, I'm sick now. Because, I don't know, when's the last time I was sick? God, I don't remember. Was it? Oh, it was in July. Did I get sick again? No, I think it was... Oh yeah, I think I did. I think it was July and August I got sick. I got sick from CollectorCon in New Jersey. And then I think I got something else in August. But apart from that, that's the last time I've been sicky. I feel like it's on its way to me because everyone else is getting sick. Surely. Surely it's coming. Me with this trip I'm about to take. Yeah, every time I see my American mates, I'm sick with something. So first time I met them, I got like 3 cold sores because the weather change over there just got me. And then last year I got sick at CollectorCon. I felt so bad. I'm like, oh my God. Like, then we all got sick. It was just crazy. So hopefully this time I don't. There will be a weather change. I'm going from hot to really cold, but I should be okay. I should be okay. I'm hoping there's nothing. Yeah, no, exactly. And what's even worse is I'm pretty sure it was like a cold when I got it from Collecticon, but I truly think it was just like a con flu full stop because it was so hot in there and there was lines for the bathroom, lines for water. Like, I think I was just severely dehydrated. So I think if there was like AC and I could have water and it wasn't as gross, I don't think I would have gotten sick, truly. But yeah. Thank you for the sub. It's
Put
a
your ass
dynasty
away,
thing.
child.
Hi, Cece. Every 30
DRCase
minutes.
just subscribe.
What?
Need to get this sent quickly before I lose my power again. It's been going out like every 30 minutes cause it is so cold
Oh my
here.
God, I'm sorry.
Anyway, sup car
Ren,
gets cut off.
it was right, wasn't it miserable? I've never experienced a convention quite like that. And I've been to conventions, but that one had a special place in hell. It was awful. How are you, by the way? And Cece, thank you for 54. I'm so sorry about your power. Oh, the NyQuil photo. Oh God,
Welcome to Monstro. It's
I
from the
would
movie
literally-
Pinocchio. Look it up.
fall asleep so quick on NyQuil. It was so strong. Oh my God. Hello.
Welcome to Monstro.
Oh, a spirit in this economy?
Spiritusi.
Spirit dog. Come and get me.
Oh, she's chasing me now.
Well, Ren, I promise you, they're
I
usually
have no palette.
much
I have
better
nothing.
and not that. Who gives a fuck about Christmas?
Oh, girl. Who gives a fuck about the Christmas?
About the Christmas.
I have slippery meat, sabotage. Oh, I have dead hard.
What in the 2020 is going on?
Oh my god, I don't even know how to use it.
She has a totem near that gen we started off on.
Ooh, okay. I have slippery meat.
Yeah, you do, babe. I have resilience.
Sabotage.
I have will make it. No, what's will make it? Not will make it. The one with the lady doing a thumbs up.
Oh,
Is that the hook one?
I don't know.
I think so.
The killer has human breed.
Reassurance.
She will get
Yes.
auto reads around
Okay.
chests. How did you know? I'm sorry, is that perk showing us what hooks are?
No, chill. I mean, Kyle, yes. It wasn't the appropriate
the
venue for
sabotage.
this. And, yeah, when I went to I went to, like, Collect Fest in Sydney. The night and day difference from New Jersey Collecticon was crazy. You could feel the AC.
I'm committing.
The food was outside
committed.
the floor. And there was no
Ow,
lines. It was just so much better. Like,
How
I've
do you
never
use
been
Dead
to
Hard?
it was the worst one I've ever been to. How do you use it? Are you asking me or someone asking?
I genuinely don't know how to use Dead Hard.
It's basically the same, but you get it after. I forget the terms now, but it's basically the same. You just can't dead hard for distance anymore. It's just for
Do I
like
press
a.
E to use
Yeah.
it?
If you have a bound to E, yeah. It should pop up when you have it.
Oh my god!
Did you use it?
I don't see E. Like, there's
Mine
no...
was different.
Oh, you have to be hooked once first.
Oh, there you go. I
Right.
wish they didn't change it. I get it, but like, just keep it the same. The distance for distance was. I used to use it for distance. I was a cheeky little girl.
I hate Dead Hard. I think it's because I played so much Killer against it.
Yeah, you kind of just
made
anticipate it
me
every
mad.
time.
It was such a bullshit little perk.
Real.
But Niall? Niall.
Oh no. Nice. She doesn't double back, and I always anticipate that she's going to. My bad. My bad.
My boy.
My bad, baby. Sorry. That's my bad. You can do Dead Hard now. Try it out.
Oh, I can. Yes, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
I watched The Woman in Cabin 10 on Netflix.
Yeah.
It's got Keira Knightley as the main
Oh
character.
no.
Oh my god. It was so bad. I mean, she was fine. But
Oh.
the movie was so bad.
Why was it bad?
It was so ridiculous. Like the whole premise was so dumb. I don't want to spoil it. Is someone getting you?
Yeah. Was it like the girl in the window? Or the girl on the train?
See,
Sorry.
that movie was good. Like, they're both enjoyable movies. This one felt just like thrown together. It's an adaptation of a book.
Oh.
Oh,
Hope you got a
Devour
good
Hope?
paycheck.
Oh,
Yep. Oh, I know
wonderful.
where that is. Oh, I love making kitty
It
friends.
took me like 5 nights to watch the
Yes.
movie because I kept not paying attention.
Oh no.
But I was determined. The Woman in Cabin 10. Yes, it's entertaining. It's just bad. And like all the characters are just so unlikable. Although Keira Knightley served face the entire time.
Well, she always does.
Like I love watching her do stuff with her face.
How old is she now? I feel like she's always 35 in my head.
I feel like she's 40. Around 40. Maybe.
Hold.
Do we want to wheel girls? Oh,
What, an eel?
Dr. Pepper, baby.
Dr. Pepper.
She's 40? Oh my god, did we get that right?
Wait, she's actually 40?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's young.
Alright then, yeah.
I have a weird, like, I never know how old actors are. I feel like she could have been 60 or she could have been 30.
Right, like I feel like people like Brad Pitt. They've just been that age for so long. Oh my god, please don't search this locker.
I feel like Meryl's been the same age for me.
Meryl! Love her!
Yeah.
Love that lady!
Nice. This is good spirit. I'm fumbling
the
the
spirit.
bag. I'm fumbling the bag a little bit, and that's all right.
Oh mama. No! Oh,
What?
protection. Yes, wonderful.
Ow, my back.
Oh,
Spectate.
Dr. Pepper, baby! What's the other girl doing? Is she doing a gen?
Here's my thought, guys. I'm kind of in... I really want to play Ark, but I know I don't have that long left of stream. So it might be harder to end if I play Ark. Because that's like maybe 2 games. So maybe I save it for my next stream, where we can go really girthy on the session. And I bonk my shit.
No.
Or I play killer games. But I'm just thinking. I do want to play Ark, but Ark for me is like minimum 3 hours. Like I love just getting lost in it. Because I
Oh,
know we're
mama.
doing that with Chris US Monday. That'll be a long stream. Bonk my honk.
Oh, please.
Maybe I'll do a couple of killer games and then bonk.
Maybe I can get
Do like a
round.
round of bonk. By the way, guys, I died so stupidly last
believe-
night. I did a round of bonk, one round,
I believe.
and I had the best items, the best everything, and then I just died in a weird way. I shouldn't have died. So hard to catch stream today. I have someone
No.
shadowing me today at work. I'm doing my best. Oh no!
What?
Oh,
my God,
that would be
she hit so
hard.
quickly.
You're doing so great, Dill. The new Silent Hill quest? I don't think so.
I was so close.
Maybe I play a
That
killer
shit was
game and
99.
then bonk. Sorry about the short stream
So
today,
bad.
guys. If you don't know the
So
law
bad
with
and
this week,
terrible.
is I booked a couple of gigs like 3 or 4 months ago, and they fell on the same week. And today's just
Come
a
on,
chill
girl.
cover band,
Hold it in.
Linkin Park cover band, which is really
This
cool.
shit is 99.
But because I live so far away from everything and I want to beat the traffic, I have to leave my house like 3,
Yes, Diva.
which doesn't work for me because usually Fridays I stream like 8 hours. So I do apologize for the short streams this week. Very bad timing with Japan coming.
Such a close game.
But next week I'll be able to do my long ones apart from US Tuesday. US Tuesday I have something else that I booked months ago. God damn it. Do you have any silly sim Ash? Always. At the moment we're playing Quarantine Zone, which is really fun. But definitely more, yes. Peter, how are you, by the way? Hello.
Oh my God, where is it at the gen?
I'm going to Japan end of Feb. Well, I guess middle of Feb technically.
Not good.
So I have the first
2
couple of
survivors
weeks
left.
to stream, so I'll do as much as I can. I'm going to do a long birthday stream as well. Sure, Amp. Just know solos are usually more chill than duos and trios.
Oh,
I don't mind
God.
PvP at all, but you see that more in duos and trios. So learning in solo would be helpful. You're still going to get some stinkies, but not as much. Free loadouts
This is great.
are going to be your best friend to start off with. So you don't lose anything and you won't have anything to start off with. Trinkets, sell trinkets early on. They'll have a little diamond on their icon because you want to make money to be able to buy some stuff and to upgrade your stash and upgrade everything. Make sure you track your quests and your workshop items that you need. That way when you're looting, you'll have a little eye on it and you'll be like, okay, I need to grab that. Because sometimes it's easy to not grab shit, but you'll need stuff for Scrappy, your workshops,
I just have to lead her away.
all that jazz. Don't you start, but also have so much fun. You'll pick it up. It's going to be very confusing at first, but solos will be your best friend. And then when you're comfy, you know, playing with someone will be fun because it is a PvE and PvP game. You have PvE with the arcs, but then sometimes you might have a little PvP action, which is cool.
Is that girl not in the gen?
No. Let me see what she's
What?
doing. Okay, she's just started a gen. She's back.
Go, what's she doing?
She's halfway through the gen now.
Oh, I've got dead
Oh.
hard.
Still, I'm not sure. Let me see. Sorry.
Oh!
System of a Down is covered by Aerials. And Linkin Park is covered by Points of Authority, Crave, and Fuzztronica. Oh, wait. Yeah, points are bringing you the old school, performing the Hybrid Theory album from front to back. Yes.
Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Worth. Dr. Pepper, baby, it's good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
First
Oh, I
Tronica
hope
are
that
the
Diva
lineup's
gets
wild
out.
card act, kicking off the show with their mashup of rock, hip hop, punk,
Diva,
electronic
get
dance.
out.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
Oh, Lord.
There you go.
Oh, my Lord.
Cam, hello, doll. Oh, nice. Yeah, apparently
perfect timing.
Systems 1 is like spot on. I did a panic one
What
recently, and
perfect
they were
timing.
perfect. Oh wow,
Look at that. That stream went so quickly.
that did went quick. That did went quick. She
That
said.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it started off pretty interesting.
Didn't it? I
And
told
then
you.
go quickly. It did.
Really?
Yes.
Well, Carol, that was another wonderful Thursday.
Look at us go.
Maybe on Monday or Wednesday, American, we could do hightail. Maybe.
I will do my schedule and let you know probably
It sounds like a no.
Wednesday. No. I just because
Okay.
I have a lot on next
Okay.
week.
Okay,
Probably
yeah.
Wednesday,
Okay,
but
yeah.
worst case scenario, we can do some for our day. But I think Wednesday should be
could.
good.
Okay.
I'll cook.
All right.
All right,
I'll see
baby.
you.
I'll see you.
I'll see you, baby.
Bye,
Shaking that ass.
baby. Shaking that
Bye.
ass. No, don't touch me.
No, I won't.
Okay. Okay. She's gonna call me on Steam before she goes. Calling it. Tabby, you're so youthful, my love. How's work going? All right, let's do probably 2 killer games, and then I'm gonna do some bonk guys, and then I'm gonna skedaddle. Because last time I needed to end early, I pushed it, and then I stressed myself out. So I'm gonna do a cheeky, probably 4.5, 5 hours today. Whoopsie doopsies. But I know it'll be good for my brain. And then next week, there's only one day that I'll finish early-ish. Not really, actually. I can probably finish by 4. So actually, no. All streams next week will be around 6 hours, which is great. Because I was talking to my management. They're the best. And they're like, all right, so what are you struggling with the most? And I was saying to them how, obviously I know last year there was a reason for this, so I'm not beating myself up. But I was like, I'm struggling with trying to fit everything in, like editing and stuff. Hold that thought, Granny, baby. Hello, no. Before we play Mega Bonk, guys, we're doing a couple of killers. Sit your ass down. No, you don't have to. I'm kidding. Sorry. Hello, guys. Pyro. I wonder if anyone clipped that Erica thing I did. Hopefully not, actually, because it was a lot. Did someone actually do that? I'm scared. Let me check. Oh, they did. Okay, well, let me show you. What the hell? Automatic? None of that, babe. None of that. Guys, this was earlier. Gran, you probably didn't see this. But...
To be fair, this is Charlie Kirk's wife. I'm gonna do something.
Oh, no. I haven't seen this myself.
I didn't even realize I was being chased.
Fireworks. Yeah. I love Jesus. I'm mourning my husband, and everyone mourns differently, but I need more pyro.
It was giving like Real Housewives' 50th birthday. Oh my god.
Hi, Jeffy, babe. Sorry about that. Yeah, I got a bit too into it. My bad. I haven't watched that until now. Whoopsie doopsie. But you know we were right. Anyway. Hey guys, thank you for being here. You're my goats. But this is what she'll no, but like that's what she gives. You're right. Like we go hee hee ha ha. But it's the truth. And that's why we spoke on it, guys. That's why we spoke on it. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I'm taking that and saving it for later. Enjoy that. All for you guys. All for you. When don't you? Yeah, when don't I get into it? That's true. That's a good point. Anywho, guys, welcome in. Thank you for watching Gran and I. I'm doing some killer games, and then we're going to mega bonk. Unless the games are really fun and I get distracted, then we're going to keep going. But I'm going to try and do some mega bonk. Hi, Pansy. How are you, doll? Where's the lie? Gran and I were on something. This was another one that happened today. I queeve. Guys, can we start the stream again? 1 second. Oh.
I need to refresh.
Hey, guys. No, we're meant to restart the stream. Guys, we were on one. We were on something. No, Stefani, I agree. Say what you will, but Carla missed every bit. You know what? Thank you. No, honestly, Nex. Real. That's the real hard thing about it. Crack? Yes. Deal, we're doing some killer games. I'm probably gonna get absolutely demolished, but fuck it. I'm gonna get cozy. Oh yeah, get cozy too. I'm doing a small one today. But I thought before we go, at least we can play a few more games and yap a little bit. Hi, Chris. Oh, what? That's pretty good. Devour and Insidious? What's the other ones? Hello? Also, Grant, I don't know if you know, but you can change your scratch marks color. I changed mine to pink because I don't know. I liked it. Nice one, baby. That was a good one. Jolly. That was nice. That was nice. Not. Oh! Nice. Hi, Bliss. How are you, Jim? Chris, that's not true. The ugliest chatter is me. Guys, no one's ugly. Everyone's hot and dangerous. If you're one of us, then roll with us. Guys, you're all a cold glass of lactose-free milk to me, and that is a compliment. Hey! Was someone still here? Oh, they bamboozled me. Good. Nice. I know you didn't say that. Guys, my point is you're all hunky. Guys, think about a warm cookie, right? And if you like milk in any form, that's how I feel. A warm cookie and milk. Because she's moaning up a storm. Where did this girl go? Oh no. I'm a hunk. Yum. My way down my run at work. Making my way down. Hey. Hey, girl. That was a good dodge. Making my way downtown. No, hot cookies, cold milk. Oh, that was a choice. What the hell? Oh. Also, there's this cool thing that I saw that my friend was doing, which I thought was a great idea, even though I think they should just donate it. But there are some restaurants now offering you discounts to pick up like stock that we're going to throw away for cheap. So like you can get like a Baker's Delight mix, say for $5, and you get a loaf of bread, heaps of sweet treats, which to be fair, again, I truly think they should just like a grab bag kind of, yeah. Too good to go, yeah, something like that, even though I think all of it should just be donated, but I mean at least it's not getting wasted, you know. Yeah, you throw it away some Wagyu. Don't let it go to waste. A loaf of bread. I'm getting absolutely schooled. And that's alright. Sometimes you have to be schooled. Alright. Where you going, doll? Alright, we're coming back. We're coming back. I think that sounds very similar. Any caviar? Yeah. Ooh, nice dodge. Nice dodge. Ooh, another good dodge. Nice. Oh, good hit. Nice. Alright. The gens are about to blow, but that's okay. That's alright. Give me a bump is crazy. Alright, let's go away. Oh, there's scratch marks. I think the other gen's been done, to be honest, but... I want to go away so I can get... a thing on my Devour. Nice. Maybe I could do a snowball. You know? Never mind. Don't worry about it. Hey girl. That's unfortunate. Nice. 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 The tea bag's not necessary. I'm a good guy. Just for that, I'm out. I'm bloody out. Okay, the flashlights will be around here. Hello, dog. Ooh, nice dodge. That was actually really sexual. Alright, I'm just gonna... Sorry, doll. You're not Death Hook. It's fine. Alright, let's see. I can go over here. Alright. They're all gonna get out, but let me get a hook. Let me get some points. Let me get some points, please. I got bloody schooled. Nice. Where's everyone else? Nice. Someone else was here? I think everyone's around. Alright. Oh, they're around. School's not till 9. It's 8:32. Isn't that crazy? That was 2024. God, I miss that game so much. Oh, I miss that game. Doing 10-hour streams with Killer Clowns. Oh my god. So good. Why'd I do that? Bloody hell, so good. Someone behind me? No. Oh, it's so good. Bloody so good. Blue cheese foam, by the way. Alright, everyone is, everyone is in fact healthy. This is not good for me. And that's alright. They can get this. They're around. Some good coordination here, and you're good to go. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, the sound of it. All the sounds. GG's, doll. GG's. GG's. I miss Rogue? I read that as Rove. Who's Rove? Oh, yeah, a rogue calling. Sorry, yeah. Well, anytime you'd call, I'm like, all right. They've either one big or they're on a date. Now, which one is it? Which one is it? Which one? Love it. And I'm always right, too. I'm always right. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Yippee! Tammy.
Bob's Heisenberg has just
Bob's?
subscribed.
So
Carl's
yes, it
Gritty
is.
2, Carl's
Mikey,
Gritty
yes,
2,
it is.
Carl's Gritty 2.
Bobs, thank you for 12 already. I appreciate that. How are you? What's the hot bloody goss? What's the hot goss? Tell me everything, please. I want to know. Alright. I don't think I can I snooze this ad? I don't think so. Sorry, guys. Whoopsie doopsies. Yeah, when this came out, oh my god. It was the quickest purchase of my life. I was so excited. I love it. But thank you, Bob. Sorry, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh shoot, I gotta put stuff in the dryer. Wait.
You're taking what you want right from me. Wrapped up in so much life is
I was like, okay, put that in the dryer like 3 hours ago. I forgot. I'm a bit silly. Okay. I feel like, did we die a lot today? Well, yeah, because of me. But I feel like sometimes Chaos Shuffle is either super easy because you get like one perk you're like, hell yeah, this is fun. And then sometimes you get absolutely schooled because you might not have no gen regression or whatever. But I love it because that's like, well, it's Chaos Shuffle. Whatever. Guys, put your stuff in the dryer or hang out your stuff if you need to, or redo your load of washing if it's been sitting there for 3 days. Don't say I don't do anything for you. Alright? Alright? Good. Good. And cancel that free trial. But gross laundry, I know. I know. I'm not a big fan of laundry either. Like even today, I wanted to do, like unload my dishwasher and take out some trash and everything before the weekend. This actually might be a very small stream. I heard redo your load and I am sticking to that, what I said, T-Biz. And interpret that however you want, you know? Oh, yep, Dylan, yep. Dill, I got you, Dill. Sometimes you just need a little reminder. Where is she? Where is she? What the hell? Oh, she was looking right at me. She was like, girl, I'm right here. Girl. God, that really confused me. Oh, that'll look so funny on their end. Mikey, I don't judge. I have driver's license. Huge. That's huge. Yes. Can this woman let me live my life? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, Ben. Yep. Yep. Think about that next time, doll. Someone's around. A lot's going on here. Oh, you sabotaged the hook. Damn it. Can't believe. What is going on? Ada. Babe, what are you doing? What's happening? Girl. Someone's saboing another hook, girl. What's going on? At least they're not on gens. That's a plus. Yeah, Dill, it works sometimes. Sabo the hook, I dare ya. Go on. Go on, doll. Do it. I'm gonna go over here. I think I have time. At first What? At first I heard that, Mikey. I'm like, that's amazing. And then I realized AUD's a thing and oh my god. It is fucked up. It's a house filled with love and warmth. Exactly. That's why it's worth so much. Alright, so that was a hot mess of whatever that was. They're not doing too bad though because you have a couple of people I think still doing gens. Wait, are they still around? Hold. Hold. Full house. Alright, where's that Ada? Girl, you're free reign. If you're trying to flashlight me, this is not tunneling. Stop hanging around. Don't do it. Ada, I can hear your clip clops. I can hear the pitter. They're just farming off. They're just unhooking each other at the first. Pookie. How you feeling, Pookie? That was interesting. Absolutely nothing, Mikey. That was interesting because for me, it's like, I don't feel bad because they were just hanging around. You know what I mean? Oh, doll. Are you going to have a nap today? Do you have anything on tonight? Can you just chill tonight? Oh my god, babe. It's alright. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean that. Ooh, I meant the other guy. So sorry. Ooh. My bad. Yeah. Be careful. Be careful, Pookie. See how you feel. This has been such a weird game because I truly am not trying to be an asshole here. But they all kept hanging around. Then I saw them go into a locker. They're trying for flashy saves, so it's fair game. If you're trying for flashy saves, I'm just gonna like go for it. So my bad, honestly. And I didn't mean to down this person. I thought it was the other person. I've lost track of who. I'm losing track on who's who. Carl, I'm alright, so. I'm alright. You know how I am. I get really... If I have something on in the afternoon and I have to stream... Well, I want to stream. That sounds bad. But if I'm streaming that day and I have something on the afternoon, I can't stop thinking about everything I need to do before I go. So I'm like, just do a small one, babe. You're alright. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I forgot I booked this months ago. But that's what we were talking about. I was talking to management about what I struggle with the most and what my goals are. And my goal is to be able to do a night stream and be able to edit. And how sometimes what I need to do and what I used to do was sometimes a 4 or 5 hour stream's okay. Like say if I do my normal 6 to 7 every other stream and one day a week I do a smaller stream to allocate time to edit, then I gotta just do that. I just have to like manage my time better and not feel guilty. Because if I don't do 6 hours, for example, I'm like, oh, I didn't give them enough today. It's like, okay, you can't think like that. You just gotta, you know? Yeah, Carl, it's like when you have an appointment. Sometimes. I know, Sam, and all next week's gonna be hot. Boo! But yeah, Mikey, I know that it's okay and that sometimes it's like, sometimes I'm doing 4 hours, you know? Were they throwing you off track? Like the long streams, Mikey? Yeah, exactly, Carl's. Because we're just having a good talk about like, all right, so what, the wiggle. Oh, I'm not sure. Do they have buckle up? Maybe. Sorry. But I was talking to them about how I did, like how I used to edit more and do this. I know last year, I'm not counting that because, you know, there's a reason why I stopped doing things. And it was only because I was allocating all the energy into stream because that's all I could really do. But I was just saying how I used to be really good at being able to edit. And he was like, all right, well, why don't you just, you know, cut, say, 4 hours a week? Like 2 hours off 2 streams. And you can still do 5 hour streams and that's plenty. But instead of like streaming until 5, you know, stream until 3 and then edit for the last 2 hours at least. So you're getting things out there, you know, because an editor's great and everything, but it's just a bit pricey. I can't afford it right now. So I'd rather just do it myself. I just got to give myself more time to do it. Hi, John. No! I'm sorry, doll. Hope you feel better. I'm glad you can feel grounded here. That's amazing. What the hell? Thanks, doll. But I hope you feel better. Ain't nothing small about it, true. But yeah, it's just me, like, even in the future, I know I've said this a lot, it's just hard for me to commit to it because I get into the habit of day streams. But I really want to get back into the habit where I did that. I think I did it last year, maybe started last year. I would have Monday days off and do Monday night. And that helped a lot because I would have a whole day of doing admin and editing and everything I needed to do, but I would still do 5 streams. So I just got to like get into a habit of doing that. I'm
Put your ass
thinking
away, child.
I have to go soonish, but I'm thinking
Cash
maybe
Smash Meow just subscribe.
maybe some Mega
So
Bonk.
much clunting.
Maybe we just vibe and yap. But we did do DBD for most of today. But I am going soon, so maybe we play some Mega Bonk and have a bit of a laugh together. Yeah, they're very helpful, gamer. So they're like, what would keep you accountable? Do you want like a weekly meeting, a fortnightly meeting? I'm like, you know what? I think I would like a meeting a couple times a week, because that would be good to keep me on track and everything. Yeah, we'll do some Mega Bonk. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna do Fox again. Did I change it to Mega Bonk? No. We need this. No, Dylan, but you're so busy and you deserve to be paid for your time, you know? Like, I don't want to, like, that's not fair. Like, I always want to pay people appropriately. Like, everyone deserves to be compensated. Oh. I thought I was getting frozen. Cash, thank you so much for 11. How are you? No, like, are you being sarcastic? Because I think you do, don't you? I feel like you work 1 million hours a day and 6 days a week. Or am I a sock? Ooh. Extra jump, yeah. It's not fair. Break the rules, so I don't care. I love how quick Mega Bonk takes to load, and I know it's not a big game, but it's so good. Thank you, Cash, for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the resubs as well. But anyway, I'm like that with appointments. Even if it's not till 5, it's all I can think about. That's just how I operate in my brain. I work early, finish early. Oh, right. Right. You know I love your work. I just don't want to overload you know? Do I do Flamewalker? I feel like Tammy recommends that. Oh, I want Aura though. Aura. I break the rules, so I don't care. Look at all the extra jumps we have. Oh my god, gamer. I was never a sporty child. I wonder if mum was like, thank god. Left work, early got a haircut. Oh! What's the rehearsal for, doll? If I may ask. I'm bonking. Nether, I know I'm doing a little mini stream today. Otherwise, I would have done art. But at least next week is less chaotic, which is good. I have one thing on during the week, but then... oh shit, I was going to do Aura. Damn it. Oh, nice! Cash, that's really cute. Love that. I know, Dill. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're the best. You know what, Josh? I am the worst person to ask this because even I still don't understand tech and everything. If anyone else has the answer, feel free to answer. You can, though. You can upgrade your storage, though. Like, you can buy parts and change. I really do, like, in the future when I get another PC, I would like more storage, but also I think better RAM. Yeah, I did play, I mean, it's very different. I did play, like, but it wasn't during school. I played, like, laser tag, community laser tag. External storage is always going to be faster. Yes. I'm really bad with my specs. Because what I wanted to do, which I will at some point this year, I promise, probably after Japan, I want to upgrade my PC, but then still have my old PC for editing and kitchen streams. It's just too much wiring to move my setup constantly. Laser tag. I swear we had a choice, Goobs, in between 10 and 12, year 10 and 12. It was like tennis, pool, like snooker, or laser tag. It was random as hell. Yeah. Like, they gave us a choice. It was like, they probably gave us the choice because, to be fair, it took like 30 minutes to walk there. So they're like, you know what? They're getting some stuff in. But yeah, we got to do some fun stuff like that. That was in like 2011 though. I don't know if things are... I wonder if they're still doing that. Random as hell. Yeah, I'm too scared to set up a dual PC, but it would be cool. But I think I'd prefer just not to edit on my stream PC. And just keep this just for streaming so my stuff doesn't fill up. I know I can do external hard drive, but it would be so hard to stick to it for me. Oh my god, Sam. Even now, my energy bill is as girthy as it is, even though I live alone, because of my office. Yeah, deal. It would be nice. Goob's real. Real. I'm gonna get that one. Yeah. Wait, where is this? Oh. Oh, is it up here? My bad. Ooh, new PC. Oh my god, Sam, yeah. I'm lucky in a sense that I can write off a part of my bill and stuff, because when I was at home for 3 months, the difference in bill was... Oh, I'm gonna die. They had solar, but it increased by so much because of all my lights and everything. And obviously my long streams and having to run the AC. Because if I don't run the AC, my PC just is like, girl, I need extra help. Oh boy. Okay. Oh my god. Sheesh. That's a lot. Mamma mia. Jesus Christ. But yeah. So I run AC when I stream, obviously. But to be honest, I feel like what I pay a month for electricity is not too bad. Obviously, it is a lot living alone. And some people would hear that and be like, that's my quarterly bill. But considering I'm running my AC constantly and I have all my lights and all my monitors and everything, I think it's a pretty good deal. I'm gonna commit to cheese. Oh, I got both. I think it's good. Well, when I first moved in, it was very expensive. I think they were overcharging people. But now I think it's anywhere between. What's my one now? A no electricity streamer. What is mine now? What's the past month? Let's see. I'm curious. Okay. Ooh. Oh. I have to pay $360 for last month. The most I paid is $500 and the least I paid is $200. Boy. Yeah. There's solar? Really? It's not too bad, honestly. It's not too bad. For a while there, it was like $550 and they were charging me wrong. But like, considering I'm running AC constantly and my lights are on a lot, it'd probably be much less if I was better with turning my lights off. It's bad. Whoopsies. Big bong. Not judging because I don't know how odd works. True. Yeah, they are. I really am not like you. Say sorry. Every bottle, 400 a quarter. Oh boy, that's sexy. My rent's going up when I'm back from Japan, which is not ideal. Not good timing. Lamps or RGB lights? Did I turn my lights off in there? No, Lily, you're fine, doll. Bring it up. It can be a tiring process, although if you're open to understanding that takes time and carrying stuff. Yeah, no, I definitely... Oh, God. I definitely am at a point where I know I can still help myself in stuff that I want to achieve, but there's stuff that I really need to outsource. Because you can talk to your friends about it, your partner about it. You know, that's great. They're going to be there for you. But it's also good to be able to talk to someone who, you know, has more tools to help you. And you can word vomit everything out and not also rely on everyone else to carry that. Which, you know, people who love you will help you carry it. Yes, but not all of it. You know, it's a lot. I'm skipping this. This is gonna hurt my brain. Let's do this. Reese, that went quick. What the hell?
Put your ass away, child.
Hello?
Reese Girl 04 just subscribed. Oh my goodness, almost a year with the clubs.
Wow.
I love you all so much. Hope
How are you,
everyone is
Reese?
doing well.
And
Carl's
Danny.
kitty kiss Carl's
I know,
love.
Sam. What the hell? The frog's been silent. Oh my
Put
god.
your
Thank
ass
you for
away,
61
child.
as well, Danny. Holy shit.
Demented Stanny just subscribed.
Thank you. Yeah, Tabitha, exactly. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Leah as well. Okay, 3-sub hype train. Chill out.
Put
Thank
your
you.
ass away, child.
Woo! Friday.
Leaf010101 just subscribed.
Danny, good to see you. Finns, how are you? Tabitha, hello. And thank you, Leah and Reese. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the support, guys. I'm a little bit nervous for Japan and being away for so long, so I really appreciate it extra. Thank you. Oh, they're bonking. I wish I had aura. I feel like I'm missing out a little bit. I know, it's good to see everyone. Next week, I promise, I'll be streaming for longer. This week, it's just so many plans that I forgot that I made. Hi, Zitch. How are ya? Yeah, exactly, Lily. Because I know there's a lot of things, like I'm not a bad person, but there's a lot of things that I would love to get help healing, because I beat myself up more than anyone else in my life. Like no one is thinking the thoughts that I think about myself, you know? But it's really time that I get some external help, because I really, really, really want control back of my brain. And anyone that has anxiety or anxious attachment or wounds they're healing, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's so frustrating when you feel like you're not in control. You know what I mean? It's very frustrating. No, Pansy. Don't say sorry. I want to stream with Mum so bad. I just got to figure out a way to do it, like, until I get my new PC. Because I want to do streams in the kitchen, but moving my setup the way it is now just would not be good for my PC to do it. But I want to. It will be more this year, definitely. Shooting my shot? What is that? Never. What do you mean? Like, look at graffiti? Yeah, Tabitha, exactly. You're like, huh? Like, I know I shouldn't be thinking this thought, but I can't stop. Burgerlicious. And do some? I can't do that on stream. Probably get banned. Plus, I would get caught and banned on Twitch. If there was a place where you're allowed to do it, I would, but I can't do it illegally. It's a free wall. A free wall meaning you're allowed to? Thank you, Lily. I came back in with that content. Hi, kid. Meditating. Yeah. Someone made a really good point to me. What I notice I do is I'm very much a people pleaser, so I put everyone's needs before my own. In terms of, like, you know, if someone is having a bad day, how can I help that person? How can I help that person? It's like, if they want help, they'll ask, you know? But they made a good analogy that I was like, this is really good. And it's imagining that you have, like, how do I explain this? They explained it so well. I'm going to butcher this. But you have heaps of balloons attached to you, right? And one balloon could be your partner. Another balloon is friends and family. Another is gym. Another is games. Another is going for a walk or whatever, right? And all those balloons keep you, like, lifted and keep you happy and keep you feeling like yourself, and you're floating and you're like, woohoo! But if you only have one balloon, and that could be like maybe your partner, for example, maybe they have one balloon because that balloon means the most to you, and you're putting all your energy into that balloon and you're not blowing up other balloons, then you're going to just not be lifted up at all. You're just going to constantly just float down because you're not. It's kind of like putting all your eggs in one basket type of thing. It's like you need more balloons. And when they said that to me, I was like, yes. Because sometimes I can just have one balloon and that's just making people feel good. And it's like, yeah, but what about you? Are you making yourself feel good? Are you doing the things you enjoy? You know? Really? Do you reckon? I want to meditate, and I haven't tried it properly because I just worry that my brain is too far gone, which is so bad, I know. I feel like I can't just shut up my brain, my thoughts. But maybe that's the point and it'll actually work for me. Ooh, I have a lot of explosions. I guess I just have to be consistent with something. Make you think you can't. Like I was saying yesterday, I was like, I want to do therapy, but I feel like they'll take me in and be like, we can't fix you. And it's like, that's not how it works, babe. You're not broken. You just need tools. Fix me? There's nothing to fix. Do I look like a dog to you? Anyway. I gotta try new techniques for sure, like meditating. I was trying an affirmation video today. It was actually helping a little bit. That'll be 600. Yeah. Ooh, and like, did it clear your mind? That's so cool to hear. You'll never fix these titties because they're perfect. Okay, let's go over here. Speak on it. Ever been. Yeah, I gotta stick to a self-care app. I feel like the one I've been using didn't work. It's a me problem, not the app problem, but I want to try others. Ah, I love. Yeah, I would just like to control my thoughts better, I think. Oh, was another head? So no head? I would love to think less, to be honest. That sounds like a dream. Obviously where I need to. Let's get some life steal. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I just gotta be consistent. But also I know, here's the other thing. I'm gonna call myself out right now. I haven't been consistent with other areas in my life. And I definitely think that's a big part of it. I haven't been working out. I haven't been meal prepping. I haven't been drinking enough water. I've honestly not been looking after myself as much as I should be. Or as much as I used to. And I know I can fix that, which is good. That's something that I can get back into. But I'm aware that I haven't been helping myself. You know? I need to help myself. You know what I mean? Like, and yes, I still want to do therapy, but I know myself. And while I am an anxious person, I am less anxious if I do all these little things that I really enjoy. So I have to help. Yeah, I'm aware, but I need to be productive with the awareness. It's like, you're aware, so do something about it, babe. With love and light, obviously. Whoop. Tammy, I play Fox exclusively for you. Well, that's a good idea. Water check. Actually, wait. I made sure I put it on my desk today. Oh yeah, kid. No one judges me more than I judge myself. Any thought, like I talk to people or friends or my partner about it, and I'll try to explain like how, like, if they're securely attached, I'll explain how, listen, Thank you for telling me your thoughts, because my brain tells me that you're thinking this about me. And they're like, oh, I never think that. I'm like, okay, I know. But I think that of myself. So if I think that of myself, I assume that you do. And it's like, that's not it at all. Like, that's not how it works. You know? But I'm self-aware, but I gotta be productive in order for that to be positive self-awareness. Because if you're self-aware, but all you do is beat yourself up, you're just bullying yourself. Build him up on Graveyard and unlock Roberto. Also, Fox is not a lady this whole time. What's my difficulty? 20. Yeah, no one is as mean to me as I am to myself, but I know I can fix that. I just got to do more stuff for myself. Like, I got to actively go to the gym and do classes. Because I was loving myself sick when I was active at the gym. The endorphins were pumping right through me. Yeah, exactly. We got this. Yeah. My biggest thing I do is literally just assuming people think the worst of me. Which is not good. You know? Yeah. Pansy, exactly. Mikey. Nah. Yeah, kid, real. Girl, same. Real. You know your every move. Oh, God. I don't know if I feel strong, but I'm going to give it a go. Mega Bonk, that is. I need more legendary stuff. Doggo, enjoy your lurk, doll. I'm excited for next week. I only have one thing that I'll have to end stream early for. Thank good Lord. And then the week after will be a full girthy week. And then I have a little 30th long weekend. Oh my God. Jesus, it's coming by. I said, are you gonna be my girl? How fast am I killing this man? Oh, if I found a blue. Oh, there's a blue microwave. Oh my God. I literally just said if I found a blue microwave, I'd shit. That's amazing. I want to get more of the unstable things. Unstable? Unstable? Oh my God. Wait. Surely it's Pokemon. But Lily, thank you for your Yap stole. I appreciate it. Have a stunning day. Oh, blue, you can only do 2? Time to shit. I want a sucky magnet so bad. Okay, what's the time? 2. Love is always on time. Three months? What a flex. Tammy does a lot of work lurking too. If I'm on the whole shift, that's such a girthy lurk. Oh my god, Tabitha. It's our year, I feel it. You know what actually helps my brain? True story. And I used to a lot because I was like, why is this helping me? Megabunk actually helps my mind a lot. Like off stream, if I do a little off stream moment, it's actually really good because I'm focused up for like 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. And I don't think as harshly. Megabonk's therapy. Tammy, you're stuck with me. Other way around. 10 minutes? That is not right. I literally, the starting soon screen 6 minutes. I honestly, I do love playing this game, and I only haven't been purely because of Ark and other games, but I do love it so much. All right, cool. Maybe I am stronger than I thought. Yippee! Okay, I gotta move. I gotta make money moves. Someone give it to our girls. Hospital Wi-Fi? Hi, Jules. I haven't, Daniel. I'm late to the party. Angola. I know, I love this. It's such a good groovy track. Tabitha, the 17th, well, I leave the 16th, which is US 15th, and I land back in Australia US 26, my 27th. Oh, oh. He said, ride what now? I missed it. Give me it. I know. So soon. So soon. Wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. You like that doll? You like that doll? Alright. I need to go back. Angola. Wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Ooh. Let's see if this one's better than the... Oh, there's a couple of boys. I guess we can try over here. A siege event in Japan. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds spectacular. Let's go back over here, and then I have to go here anyway. What does the Holy Book do again? I'll try it. The flight to Japan, yes, it is, Tabitha. I'm so happy. It's so to get to New Jersey total like 26 hours. To get to Japan 9.5. One plane. One plane. Oh yeah, so good, so good. Oh my God, Reese, when I'm back, it's gonna be an emotional time. Like this, I haven't had this much time off since July. I am fucking terrified, but it's gonna be so good. So when I'm back, I'm gonna feel on top of the world. I'm gonna be like, guys, hi, do you still remember me? Ah. I'm gonna be very excited, but it's gonna be great because like 30 is a big deal and I should do that for myself, you know. But ooh, wait, to NZ Goobs or LA? Nice. I love New Zealand. Holy shit. Oh my God. LA, fuck no. Yeah, I was gonna say unless someone had a Amber had like an event, but March will be better than Feb, but I don't have anything on in April in terms of like long weekends away, because March I have F1 and a wedding, and obviously Feb is my birthday and Japan, and then April's like I think I'll have maybe a camping weekend, but that's it. It's not that bad, Tabitha. It's worse if you live rural or country. You might get a few extra, but it's not that bad. But I think my official birthday stream, guys, I put it in my calendar. My official birthday stream is US 11th, my 12th. That's like my official... Wait, is that my second last stream too? No, it's my second last stream before Japan and my birthday stream. So US 11th, US 12th, those are my last streams. Oh my God, Huli, hello. How are you doing? So yeah, Feb's is weird. Uh-oh. Feb is weird for good reason. March is somewhat normal, way better than Feb, and then April is fully normal, which is exciting. Yay! Tammy, we'll do, we'll get some games in. Bam, 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 bam. 12 inches! Yes! Oh my God, I love your 12 days off. It always goes so quick. Let me just make sure my raids are off. What's the time? 2:07. Perfect. Oh, nice. Sounds like a beautiful day. Guys, wait, I'm not doing much damage at all. My bad. I can't believe you're getting so much snow too, guys. Jesus. I'm not really gonna survive that long, to be honest. I'm not super strong. I'm not the worst, but I'm not super strong. Free your mind and join us. Oh God, Mikey. Hi, Em. How are you doing? Pookie. I'm skipping this song. Baby. I know. Damn it. Next time I play Mega Bonk, I have to do the challenges and get it done. Thank you for today though, guys. I know it's been another small one, but we will be more available next week, which is good. I know a cold front. Here I am going, oh, it's gonna be so hot on the weekend. Have you had your inner health plus today? What? Oh my god. Alright. Control of 2. Oh, I might die. Uh-oh. 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 Don't die, you're so sexy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm so dead. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. I would like a diamond ring. I'm all ready for you. Talk about it. Oh no. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Ah! Ah! These fucking lasers. Please leave me alone.
Your husband is coming.
Please leave me alone. Okay, Jesus. God, those orbs, so nasty. Oh my god, please. Girl. Girl. Oh my god. Yes, come on. I just went so non-verb just then. Oh my goodness. Can you stop it? They're ridiculous. Daniel, I'm sorry. I'm good for it. Give me my last laser, please. Come on. Oh no. Oh. Oh no, I might die. Girl. I'm dead. Jesus, those orbs really said freeze, loser. Oh my god. GG. We'll do my challenges next time. Beat the stage boss in under 5 minutes. Is that a... Oh. Wait, the stage boss. Is that the final boss in under 5? Oh, I didn't know that was how you get it. Break 20 bots in it. Wait, I've done it apparently. Wait, huh? Oh, that's cursed. Sorry, I got confused. I was like, I did it. No, my bad. Charge or charge shrines on tier 3 run across all stages without leaving the charge zone. I should probably... Oh. Okay, we've done that one, but this one... Charge all charge shrines on tier 1 without leaving the charge zone. Maybe Mega Chad? Alright. Alright. Yeah, that's going to be rough to do, but I know we're capable. Guys, I can't believe Chris is playing Quarantine Zone. That's so funny. He's not really a big, he's not a big sim person, so that's hilarious. That's so funny. I'm gonna rate him. Guys, thank you so much for today. Again, thank you for today. And again, sorry this week has been another week where I've had so much on and I'm trying to juggle everything. But I still had fun today. You were the best. I hope you liked Granny and Carla time. It's always so funny. My tummy was hurt from laughing earlier, so hopefully you enjoyed that. And I'm sorry I couldn't do much after. But the good news is I'll be doing my schedule, getting everything updated for you, and we're going to have some girthy ones tomorrow. Oh, not tomorrow. Next week, I promise. Next week will be girthy. I promise. Thank you for stream, guys. Cool, I hope you're well too. But yeah, next week and the week after will be really hot and sexual normal, which is gonna be great. But yeah, I'll see you then, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for everything. See you next week.